it's
Doesn't look-
punitive
doesn't
as
look good
opposed
on
to.
the staff either to
Yeah.
wait that long to get that done. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a process that's been evaluated and adjusted and improved upon.
Yeah.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I mean, with them, I know that they had some concerns because they did had just talked with their board and had conversations, so forth, and then that letter came. And so, timing of that, it was just like,
No, I didn't see the difficulty letter.
oh, okay.
Obviously, my life is not concentrated on a whole lot of things other than my son, who's pretty seriously ill. So they're suddenly straight now in the
Mhm.
hospital.
Yeah.
So that's really not
Any
really.
positives coming?
No, it's all tragic. But it's all terrible misfortune that happened. I'll let everybody know when Mike gets the certificate.
Well, I did get the birth certificate, so
Oh, good, good.
we took that over to them.
Okay, for the benefit of the record, we're going to call the regular meeting of the Orange County Board of Education to order. Daru, roll call, please.
Trustee Valdez,
Here.
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Spark,
Here.
Trustee Williams,
Here.
Trustee Barkey.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have adoption of the regular meeting of February 1?
I'll make a motion for adoption of the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Adopted 5-1. And regular meeting minutes of January 4th, 2023. Do we have approval for that?
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who was
Okay.
the second?
Ken?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
We need to, thank you.
All right, Nina, do we have any comment cards received for any of our closed session items?
We do not.
Okay, so at this point, we will take a recess and go into closed session and be back at time certain at 5 o'clock. Thanks. you all would take your seats. Huh? Hello, hello.
Oh, you know what?
It's not on.
So no light
Hmm?
is on.
Greg,
I
bring
don't
this
think
back
it's
to me.
on back there.
Hello, hello.
Okay.
I thought he muted it. Did you hear me?
She's waving at us.
Is it working?
I don't know. Is it working? No?
Is your light on or off?
It's off.
Okay. Try again. Try again.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Huh? It's on? Okay. It's not very loud though.
Testing
hear it.
1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing 1,
Testing,
2.
testing.
I think it's supposed to be off.
Yours is testing. I mean, yours was working. I heard yours, but I didn't hear hers.
It's barely on. Okay.
Can you guys hear us up here?
Can you hear us a little bit?
I
Our
think it has to be
microphones
off.
are kind of
Hello,
low.
hello. All right, I'll talk to.
Hello, hello, hello.
I can
Okay,
hear
well,
you.
we're going to call the meeting to order for the Orange County Board of Education. If you all could take your seats.
We can't hear these.
I want to first call Lori Kaler to do our invocation.
Yeah, hers just came
If
on.
y'all could take your seats, please, and be quiet. Thank you. We're starting our meeting. Starting the meeting. Ms. Kaler, go
Hello,
ahead.
am I on? I don't think I'm on. Hello? Mic's not on. Do you want me to just start?
It's on.
It's on.
I'm on? Okay. So I just found out that I'm doing the invocation. So I didn't have anything prepared, but this is always a great preparation here. So I'll just read from God's word if you wouldn't mind. This is about us putting on the full armor of God. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, wherewith you shall be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, and watching thereunto with all perseverance and supplication for all saints. Thank you, Lord, for your word. We thank you for your armor, and we just pray that the board here tonight will keep the words behind them in mind, that it is in God we trust. We thank you for the people who came out today, and we pray for peace in our conversations. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And next we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance. Mike from OCCA. Thank you.
Please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mike. Nina, do we have any introductions?
We have no introductions at this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I'll call our good counsel, Greg Rowland, up to report out from our closed session.
Thank you, President Sparks, Vice President Shaw, members of the board. The report out from the February 1 closed session. The initial item is the board voted unanimously. President Sparks, Vice President Shaw, Trustees Barkey, Williams, and Valdez to approve the legal bills of Epstein, Becker, and Green. Jonathan Brenner sends his regards, but he was unavoidably unable to make it this evening. Invoice numbers are as follows. 1106446, 1106447, and 1106448. Did you get that, Deputy Superintendent?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Because he will not forgive me if I get those wrong. With regard to closed session item number 1, there was no information received by the board and no discussion. With regard to closed session item number 2, there was information provided by council, no action taken by the board. With regard to closed session item number 3, there was information provided to the board, no action was taken by the board. With regard to closed session item number 4, information was provided to the board, no action was taken by the board. With regard to closed session item number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, the board provided direction to council. And with regard to closed session item number 6, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, again, the board was provided information and provided direction to legal counsel. That is a report out for closed session for the February 1, 2023 board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. My microphone works now. Okay. That brings us to public comments. And how many public comments do we have?
We have 11, Madam
11.
President.
Okay. So we will call up public comments, and we'll give each speaker up to 3 minutes.
So what I'll go ahead and do is read a name followed by the second name who's on deck. So what we'd like to do to try to move expeditiously is maybe the on-deck person can maybe come up to the front and be ready to go. So we will start with Amy, followed by Nancy.
Hello. My name is Amy Luna Capelli, and I serve as board president of a successful charter school in South Orange County. I'm here today, though, as a representative of WAVE, Women for American Values and Ethics. WAVE was founded less than a decade ago to hold our elected officials accountable for fulfilling the duties of their office with the American values and ethics that Orange County citizens deserve. When they don't, WAVE and its 2,000 plus volunteers mobilize to elect those that do. In past board meetings, alumni from the Orange County School of Arts have called upon you to investigate past and current allegations of sexual misconduct and assault. WAVE is reminding this board of its legal authority and responsibility given when SB 75 was passed in 2019 to ensure that all of its authorized charter schools in Orange County have not just a policy and procedure in place to investigate such allegations, but one that works adequately to protect the safety of children when one of its duly authorized charter schools fails to do so on its own. Multitudes of former and current students are telling you that the environment at OSHA has harmed and continues to harm children. And it's clear that relying on mandatory reporting requirements and OSHA's process for handling complaints is not robust enough to protect students. The board has professed interest in keeping children safe from a perceived threat of groomers. Yet these former and current students are telling you that groomers are at OSHA now. The board claims it can do nothing, but SB 75 said that you can. A moral imperative compels that you must. By not investigating, who are you protecting? The students or the groomers? It's your patriotic and moral duty as the authorizing board to investigate these claims, as it's the only way to get to the bottom of it and remove any danger from pedophiles or allow the investigation to show innocence. As a charter school leader, I often hear criticism that charters aren't held to the same standards as traditional public schools. This perception is damaging to all charters. I implore you to investigate and bring light to transparency at what is happening in OSHA. Demonstrate to the public that charter schools should and are held to the same high standards. Demonstrate that this board's interest is in protecting children instead of protecting pedophiles. Launch an independent investigation. Turn this over to the district attorney, or at a minimum to the attorney general. The community is watching, the children are watching, and WAVE is watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy, followed by Nomi.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight about the proposed board policy revisions regarding parents' rights, which is an action item for the board tonight. Parents are their children's first educators, and they have rights to their children's educational journey. The proposed revisions to the parents' rights policy demonstrates that the Orange County Board of Education is aligned with California Ed Code, as the proposed policy reiterates the parents' rights protected by California law and outlined in California Ed Code 51101. Most of the policy presented in the revision reflects Ed Code, and it's good to see that the Orange County Board of Education recognizes that it operates under the authority of the California Constitution, the state legislature, the state education code, and the State Board of Education. However, there is one line in the proposed policy revision that is unallowable under state Ed Code. The last bullet under 1, curriculum classwork displays states, quote, to be able to opt out of classroom assignments, core curricula, and ancillary supporting materials that the parent deems inappropriate for their children before it's presented to children. This line needs to be stricken from the proposed revision since it violates state law. Our public schools have the responsibility to provide an inclusive education that provides students with the knowledge and skills to be successful adults and meaningfully contribute to our society. As written, this policy would allow parents to opt out of lessons regarding topics like Black History Month, which today is the first day of, and the Holocaust. Parents do have expressed rights in Ed Code to opt out of curriculum related to comprehensive sexual education, HIV and AIDS education, and any survey, test, research, or evaluation. Other than those specific topics in the areas I've mentioned, parents do not have a general right to exempt their children from topics included in public school curricula based on the state standards. The remedy for parent complaints in all matters related to public education is well outlined in the current uniform complaint policy in this board's adopted board policies. The plenary power to make state policy and law rests with the state legislature, and therefore the Orange County Board of Ed is only permitted to do that which is authorized by statute. That bullet point should be removed from the proposed policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Naomi will be followed by Tanya.
Hello. My name is Naomi Abadi. It's nice to see you all again. For those of you who don't know me, I am the president of the Female Composer Safety League and an alumna of OSHA. Last week, my mother handed me a file of all my work from OSHA. I got to file through some essays that I wrote and see notes that my friends and I had passed back and forth to each other. And I came across a report card. Next to the A in my TAP class, my mom had penciled the word pedophile next to my teacher's name. If you'd like to see a photo of this, I can show it to you. Since last month, the knowledge of Senate Bill 75 came to my attention, a bill that passed in 2019 and went into effect in 2020. I now know that you have a tremendous responsibility as an elected body to oversee and comply with California Education Code section codes 1241.5, 47604.3, 47604.4, 47605.6, and 47607. The language in these codes clearly illustrates your policy procedure to receive and investigate these claims at the Orange County School of the Arts, as well as to ensure the safety overall for all the students, and to ensure the success of these students in middle school and high school. That is required by you as OSHA's chartering organization under SB 75. Since the lawsuit was filed against OSHA's founder in September of last year, we know that there's at least one complaint. Perhaps there are two. We just don't know. There could be offenders walking around campus unchecked, and wouldn't it be awful if there are innocent folks from OSHA whose reputations are wrongfully suffering? We simply don't know the extent of these complaints, which is why we are once again requesting that you launch an independent investigation into the Orange County School of the Arts with survivor voices at the absolute forefront and center. It is not only your moral and ethical responsibility to launch this third-party investigation into these claims, but it is your lawful obligation. We've already named the layers of allegations across the faculty and the student body, and that OSHA has failed in the law to report what they saw. You as board members have the ultimate authority and ultimate moral, ethical responsibility. Who is going to protect the children from abuse if not you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya will be followed by Diane. So Tanya? Okay. How about Diane?
I think Tanya might have stood up there.
Okay. Okay, Tanya Comer Ford. Sorry.
Thank you, Orange County Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mijares, and staff. My name is Tanya Comerford, and I am a parent of a third grader at Sycamore Creek. I would like to state that I am in support of Sycamore's material revision to become a county-wide benefit charter and to add grades 9 through 12. I was raised here in Orange County, graduated from UCI, and currently live in Long Beach. Sycamore Creek has been a godsend to our family. I currently drive 2 hours every day of the week so that my daughter can receive a public Waldorf education. This school has provided my daughter with an extended family, emotional stability, love, care, access to the arts, language, handwork, and an excellent academic instruction. Our goal for our daughter is to develop a lifelong love of learning versus just passing a test. The idea that a teacher stays with you through the grades is invaluable. To have someone truly know your child, someone who recognizes their gifts and challenges and can see them through the different stages of development is priceless. This piece became more evident when my husband's health started to decline and could no longer provide financial support or participate regularly in our family social life. My daughter's emotional needs have become paramount as we navigate a father who has become disabled. Currently, she has a teacher that she loves and respects, and a class family that will loop with her through the grades. The sound support is helping our child and family thrive under unforeseen and very difficult circumstances. She has been happy to go to school every day since day one. This is huge. We feel held as a family through its traditions and community support and hope we can continue here throughout high school. I know I'm speaking for my family. I also know that I'm not alone. I do what I can to support this school, the people in it, the community at large, and of course, my family. A Waldorf education should be accessible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Diane, followed by Deborah.
Hello. My name is Diane Dunn, and I am a longtime Santa Ana resident. And as a concerned citizen, I'm here once again to support the request for an independent investigation into the reports and allegations at the Orange County School of the Arts. As a parent of an alumna, I'm outraged at the reports of sexual abuse of the students that have been reported over nearly 2 decades. It's time to protect and support the students and alumni of OSHA from those responsible and those who condone or allow for a culture that condones these horrific acts. I support the request for an independent investigation and ask you to authorize it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Deborah, and forgive me if I don't get this name right, Ajay? Oh, no, okay. Okay, go ahead, Deborah.
Okay. This is very short. I'm here today as the mother of 2 OSHA alumni. Is that right, alumni? And as a parent, it is unconscionable to me that as the chartering organization for OSHA, you have not addressed over 2 decades of sexual assault complaints, either by faculty or students. I hope you will take the reports of sexual abuse from alumni and current students seriously and launch an independent investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ajay followed by Libby.
Thank you, President Sparks, Vice President Shaw. My name is AJ Mohan. I'm a longtime Irvine resident. I'll be honest, I don't see many folks my age tonight. I'm 25, but I also think it's egregious that this board hasn't called for an independent investigation into the sexual abuse and harassment that's going on at OSHA. This is the only public board with oversight over the issue, and frankly, I'm here just to voice support for them, and I'm hoping that you will take this matter seriously. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Libby followed by Shireen.
Hello, my name is Libby Frolickman. I'm a parent of a past OSHA student, and I am beyond grateful that my daughter didn't experience the abuse that seems to have been prevalent there. I want to agree with Mr. Valdez's comments from last month that the agenda should be changed to allow for board members' responses immediately after public comment, if appropriate. The meeting last month was painfully long, and most of us have other obligations that make it impossible to wait 4 hours for a response. However, the response that was given at the end of the meeting seemed beyond inadequate. You are an oversight body. That means you are responsible for the actions of individuals at the schools you oversee. If there are accusations of wrongdoing at one of those schools, it is your responsibility to hire the appropriate people to investigate. It would be absurd to expect any of you to investigate. You are elected officials from varying backgrounds, and it is unlikely that any of you have the proper training to conduct such an investigation. For that same reason, the comments at the end of last month's meeting suggesting that you would call someone from OSHA to come appear before this board only if someone had filed a current lawsuit are also absurd. What would you ask that person? How would you determine if they were being truthful? What actions would you take if they straight up told you that there was abuse at the school? What actions would you take if your supernatural lie detector skills suggested they were lying? See my point? You are a board, as a board, are not qualified to make any determination except to hire a trained investigator who can discover what is really going on at OSHA or any other school you are responsible for overseeing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Shireen followed by Alex.
Good evening, President Sparks, trustees, and Superintendent Maharis. I recently reviewed your proposal for board policy regarding parental rights. And speaking as a former teacher, middle school principal, and high school principal in Capistrano Unified, and superintendent in Laguna Beach, I'm grateful for the strong relationships Orange County educators and school leaders have built with parents over the decades. We are fortunate to have had the support of thousands of involved parents in our PTAs, school site councils, booster clubs, foundations, and many, many volunteer efforts. All of us want involved and supportive parents at our schools. It's good for kids, it's good for our schools, and it's good for our local communities. I do have a few questions about your proposed policy. Are you aware that per California Education Code 51101, every school district in Orange County shares their parent involvement policy with parents upon their child's enrollment in school and annually thereafter? Are you familiar with the school district course catalogs shared annually with parents and students that contain extensive and comprehensive course information, including support and alternative programs? Do you intend this proposed policy to apply to schools only within the purview of the Orange County Department of Education or to all schools in Orange County? And if you intend this policy to apply to all schools within Orange County, do you have the legal authority to impose a policy on local school districts that each have their own elected board? Do you expect schools to give parents access to advanced placement and international baccalaureate exams? And last, do you expect parents to be able to opt students out of courses and content required for students to graduate from high school, such as American Government, Econ, U.S. History, World History, Life Science, or Physical Science? Those all pertain to language that is in your proposed policy. And I would like to receive a written response to these questions from the Board of Education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alex, followed by, I think that's Camilla.
Good evening. My name is Alex Mohajer, and I'm an Irvine native who is a direct beneficiary of the education in the arts I received here in Orange County. I had many friends and teachers in the arts and that attended the OSHA school and know the invaluable impact that an education in the arts had on me and many of my friends. I was horrified to learn the news that sexual assault allegations were brought by a former student against the school at around the same time I was a student, and that potentially vibrant experiences of these young people may have been forever tarnished by the lasting traumatic impacts that this kind of abuse can have on anyone, let alone a young person. It is well within the purview of this board to investigate these claims, and I am alarmed at your willingness to suspend digital reading libraries under the pretext of protecting children, but to not investigate allegations of sexual abuse. Cultural competency and a rich understanding of history and literature does not harm young people. It prepares them for life beyond the walls of their schools and prepares them to engage with the world thoughtfully and as engaged citizens. What does harm them forever is the kind of sexual abuse that has been reported here. I rise today in solidarity with survivors of sexual assault at the OSHA school and to implore this board to exercise its authority and launch an independent investigation into these claims. If you can't be trusted to do the bare minimum to protect our children, I fear the very legitimacy of this board is called into question. And the only people that that harms is our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Camilla, followed by Cindy.
Good evening, board members. 20 years ago this year, I was a plaintiff to one of the largest sex abuse cases to rock Orange County. I was Jane O.C. Doe against the Diocese of Orange. I'm here tonight to urge this board to order an independent investigation into OSHA and all the allegations levied against them. To do otherwise is a disservice to the victims and their families. You will also fail to protect additional children. I know all too well the damage done in such a toxic environment as the one you are fostering at OSHA by failing to investigate. I vividly remember being ignored and having to navigate the atrocities committed on my own. The community is not going to let this go by the wayside. We will stand with the victims and their families all the way. I promise you, if you don't order an independent investigation, your forever legacies will be a board that allowed sexual abuse of children. And always remember, silence makes you complicit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, followed by Helen.
Hi. My name is Cindy Zager, and I am the parent of 2 daughters that went to OSHA. I also have been a teacher in the Orange County schools for 40 years. I am recently retired. My daughter knew of the abuse that went on during that time, but both of them were fortunate not to have experienced it firsthand. However, I knew the students that were affected. To think that nothing has been done yet is shocking to me. It is absolutely shocking that this went on for decades and nothing has been done. And the fact that you now have the opportunity to launch an independent investigation is really beyond me. I know that before you thought maybe there wasn't authority to do so, but now that you know that there is, I implore you to do the right thing because it will be on your conscience if this all comes forward and it blows up in your face. I strongly urge you to launch an independent investigation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Helen.
Good evening. I have a video.
Hello there, Orange County Board of Education. My name is Dawn Jones, and
and I am here as a resident right here in Orange County with you. I just want to continue to urge you, as many are here today, to be sure and seek an independent investigation into the allegations that students have made at OSHA. It is so important to remember that the honor that you have and the duty that you have is not to any of our own opinions. It's not to any of our own allegiances. It's to the students. It's to those who have made these allegations, and they deserve to be investigated. They deserve to be heard and seen and understood. We should always do that for our young ones, and they should always feel safe to come to us when these things occur. That's the problem. When we don't stand up for them and give them a voice, these things proliferate and they cause more injustices to occur. So please, do the very thing you are there to do. Just like that flame that is behind you, you burn for Orange County as a school board, and you burn to protect everyone. So again, please allow and go ahead and push through an independent investigation. It is simply the right thing to do. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, thank you all for your public comments. Now I'll call Dr. Amy Kernan from OPA and Michael Davis, OCCA, to the front. I'd like to present these certificates of recognition for your charter schools, Oxford Prep Academy, Sodbuck Valley, and Orange County Classical Academy, and I'll come around and give these to you guys.
She hasn't.
This is for the distinguished school, right? Lisa, you might want to give a little bit of background on why we gave the awards. I don't think people knew why we were giving them awards. Like the California Distinguished School Award is a prestigious award given to the schools.
Okay. And just to provide some context around that, you all got the California Distinguished Schools for the charter schools of Orange County, which is why we were giving this particular award today. There are also a lot of district schools, but we wanted to have a special single you guys out in terms of the charter schools this time. So we'll recognize the district schools at another time. So congrats, guys.
Good.
Okay, so that brings us to the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve, Madam President.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
How about speaker for item number 4?
We have a speaker for item number 4?
Lynn, you're up for item number 4.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
That's okay.
No worries. Yeah, yeah, I didn't know, sorry.
We went quick on that one. Forgive me, I should have said something. Sorry, Lynn.
Yes, good evening. I'm retired federal judge Lynn Riddle. My comment touches on 2 agenda items, both 4 and 11, relating to retaining and paying board's general counsel. As a taxpayer, I'm not only concerned, but I believe I have a duty, along with the board and the superintendent, to assure that the funds allocated for use by this board are used in the best interest of educating the children under your charge. Members of the board are not only called trustees, you are in fact trustees. By law, you are designated trustees. You have a legal fiduciary duty over the funds that you hold in trust to educate the children under your authority. Ms. Boyd has given you a chart. I hope you have it in front of you, that I made that shows the monthly amount the general counsel attorney's fees that you've incurred and approved to be paid in 2022. The chart's bottom line shows the total amount that you've paid to general counsel in 2022 is $330,000. You'll note that for February of 2022, the monthly statement approved was only $50. It's my assumption that the entire February attorney's fees invoice for general counsel was simply not agendized. And for the sake of discussion then, I calculated that over the 11 months of 2022, the average monthly billing for general counsel was about $30,000 a month. In any case, depending on the February total, the evidence shows that in 2022, the board spent between $330,000 and $360,000 in general counsel's fees. The primary question to this board is, did you honor your fiduciary duty when spending these school taxpayer dollars? Have you performed your fiduciary duty to verify that all general counsel's expenditures that you've approved and paid have directly benefited the school children as the state intends? Of course you cannot, and I know you will not answer my questions this evening. Nonetheless, I'm confident that the taxpayers and residents of our county will be looking forward to hearing your explanations and your justifications over the months to come. To the folks in the room, let me clarify that the attorney's fees in the chart that I presented and just mentioned are only a small portion of the attorney's fees that this board has paid in the past and is expected to pay in 2023 for its litigation counsel. The current budget estimate for litigation by this board for 2023 exceeds $2 million. There are many urgent, pressing questions to raise with you, but my time is up, I see. But as General Douglas MacArthur once said, I shall return.
Thank you. Okay, so back to the consent calendar. I think we had a motion and a second, and we were taking a vote for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. That brings us to item number 5. Nina, do we have charter submission?
There are no submissions at this time.
Okay. And then item number 6, I'll call Araceli Chastain to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks and trustees. On December 16, 2022, Sycamore Creek Community Charter School submitted requests for material revisions to the charter that included adding high school, grades 9 through 12, adding an additional facility, changes to admission preferences, and to become a countywide charter school. As a note, a clarification meeting was held with the school representatives on January 31st. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the requested changes. Prior to public comments, representatives from Sycamore Creek Community Charter School are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from Sycamore Creek Community Charter School to the podium.
I have 10 minutes. Yes, okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mahadas, staff, and Board President, and everyone here. Thank you all for being here. Education is very important, and I appreciate the time that people spend to come to attend these meetings. And I would like to spend just a quick moment and ask everyone here supporting Sycamore Creek's material revision to please stand, just so that the board can see who's here. Thank you. My name is Sarah Bach, and I am a founding parent and the current executive director of Sycamore Creek Community Charter. we are here tonight for our material revision request. Our material revision request is to become a countywide benefit charter school, as well as to add grades 9 through 12. I'd like to start by sharing a survey our school conducted this past fall of our current families, and we had over 40% of our families respond, and of those 40%, almost 90% of them declared that they would like to send their child to a high school should Sycamore Creek be eligible to add grades 9 through 12. So why is this? There could be many reasons, and I expect some of those you will hear shortly during public comments. But primarily, it could be because we are a tuition-free Waldorf public school currently, and if we were to be granted the material revision to add high school, we would be one of only 3 tuition-free high schools in California and one of 6 in the nation. So as you heard earlier, one of our parents is currently driving 2 hours every day for this. That would be potentially one reason. Another reason, a couple comments in the same survey I just want to share quickly from our parents. Quote, "I want my children to continue to learn in the way that resonates with their whole being. The philosophy and approach to learning and teaching is learner-centered rather than content-focused. So the experience is centered on the learners, which is essential to supporting the whole child throughout development." Next, I want to share with you a slide that we created of our students and the spread of our families throughout Orange County and the contiguous county of Los Angeles. Every dot represents a student of our current 160 students. Our current 160 students are coming from 40 unique zip codes, 21 cities, 17 school districts out of the 26 school districts in Orange County, and an additional 3 from outside of Orange County. You could say that unwittingly, we have informally become a countywide benefit school. Next, I want to share with you our enduring and steady growth, and that we would like to continue this growth by becoming a countywide benefit charter school and adding grades 9 through 12. On the left, the turquoise low bar is our first year enrollment, 2019 and 2020, where we began with 63 students. The next year, when we were all experiencing the worldwide pandemic, we doubled, in fact, to 129 students, and we actually only received funding for 125 of those students. If you recall, there was a growth cap on the funding that year, and nevertheless, we wanted to accept all students who want to attend a public Waldorf charter school. Finally, we continue to grow slowly. Now we're at 100, we went to 140, and now our 4th year at 160. Well, that is because we are currently serving in a facility of 7 classrooms, but 10 classes. So as you can imagine, we need to contract and grow as we're able to. All right. Another reason for our rationale to become a countywide benefit charter school is we believe that we would be able to increase the structural integrity through the various partnerships that we currently have. For instance, we don't have, our school board, our own school board, would not need to become many school boards across many districts, and that would allow for a streamlined experience, streamlined policies and procedures instead of factions. Also, our back of house would remain the same. It would avoid non-essential overhead such as separate budgets, accounting, and undue financial expenses. Obviously, our authorizer would remain the same, which would allow our authorizer to keep close tabs on all all of our sites and facilities and not, again, need to experience different situations, different regulations, policies, and procedures across different boundaries. Of course, legal would also be helpful in that the policies and procedures that would be created would be streamlined across those facilities and not different for every school.
Okay, I found this on the web for us. Different situation, regulations, policies, and procedures across different.
Siri or Alexa, somebody. I imagine they agree. All right. Finally, just the staffing piece is also, we could be more effective and allow, especially for special education, we would be able to serve all of our students with full-time FTEs rather than piecemealed employees, and so that would be definitely a benefit as well. All right, next I just want to share another reason is that, as you heard earlier, we have what's called a looping model, and that means that children, especially from first grade, ideally through 8th grade, they remain with the same adult, and this adult teacher, and this allows them to develop a very strong attachment to another adult figure, as well as the children in the class, the families in the class. It helps them work through difficulties. It's not to say there aren't challenges. We all experience challenges, and our students and families and classes do as well. However, with the looping model, it really asks everyone to learn how to play in the sandbox, right? And as adults be able to do that as well. So I just wanted to point out some recent research done by our lead teacher, Dr. Kimberly Telfer-Radzat, who just completed her PhD in education at UCI, where she actually researched Waldorf schools, the 19 public Waldorf charter schools in California, and compared them to all public schools, including all charter schools as well. And she found that through our slow growth developmental model, students actually end up performing better by the time they get to 8th grade. So there is actually a 19% more students in the treatment group, which is the Waldorf group, that do meet or exceed state standards in language arts. And so this chart on the left is showing, if you see the turquoise line going up, that is showing that over time, beginning from 3rd grade, they're sort of at parity with other students, and they go up a little bit, dip back down, and then by 8th grade, they're a full 19% more students are performing, meeting or exceeding academic standards. And for math, it's very similar. They actually start lower because of our developmental model, we believe, and go up and down, and then actually surpass, and by that's a full 16% of students. So I just want to talk quickly just a little bit about high school grades 9 through 12. And you'll find in your petition, our material revision, the redlined petition you received, much more information about our classes, our block methods, calendars, a typical day in the life. But I just wanted to give you this quick little chart because, as mentioned before, the developmental model is really important to us, and it continues through high school. Is that me? I'm done. All right.
You can have a finishing comment.
Thank you. Oh, can I go back then? Oh, yes. My finishing comment is just that really it's how do we meet the children where they are, and we think that that is a developmental question. So in 9th grade, the question is what, and what am I seeing? How observation is very important. And 10th grade is how do things happen? What are the processes, comparisons, and then there also is information about the curriculum. There's lots more in the petition too. 10th grade, it's why, you know, what's going on? Let's analyze this. What is the identity of myself and others and the phenomena that I'm looking at? And then finally in 12th grade, the pinnacle of everything is who am I, who am I in the world, and integrating all of that knowledge and the disparate subjects into a final senior portfolio.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are.
There's only 25 of them.
Since we have
So-
25 comments, we want to hear from everybody. If we could keep them to 2 minutes, that would be, allow us to hear from everyone. Up to 2 minutes. So if you have 1 minute, that's even better, but we'll give you up to 2 minutes.
Dr. Sparks took the words right out of my mouth. Sometimes less is. So I'll call up a name and followed by who's on deck, okay? So Stephen followed by Izad. Did I say that okay?
We need to adjust our timers, so
Oh,
just give us
give
just
1
a
second.
moment.
Gotta put Daru to work.
Okay, got it.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Thank you, Board and Supervisor Harris and everyone here tonight. First, I want to say I'm a teacher at Sycamore Creek Charter School. I'm a credentialed teacher and I have many years of Waldorf training. I also have 2 children that were raised in Waldorf schools, one in public, one in private. And I saw them thrive. I also have the advantage of seeing my kids grow up at Ocean Charter School, which also was a school that came from the ground up. And eventually built their own school and thrived and grew and grew and grew as time went on. So I've seen it firsthand, and it's amazing. So I will say this, that I've seen, since I've been at Sycamore, the same kind of pattern. I've seen amazing teachers, administrators, a lot of heart go into making this school thrive, and I've seen it succeed. And I have all the confidence in the world that it will succeed again if they are allowed this opportunity. One little thing, people sometimes don't understand Waldorf, and we were concerned about our son at one point who had gone through 8th grade, and he was gonna get into high school. And we were going, well, we don't test a lot sometimes in Waldorf school, so how's he gonna do? So I said, well, let's take him to a place where he can test, like take an SAT type test. He goes in, a gentleman says, all right, I'll be with him for a few minutes. I wait, he comes back out and he goes, is that a Waldorf child? I go, yeah, how did you know that? Well, he shook my hand, looked me straight in the eye, and had no anxiety. He was very confident. I said, so he did fine? Yeah, he did fine. He needs a little time to take the test, but other than that, he's fine. He'll be great. And he did, and he graduated with a marketing degree, as well as my daughter, who also graduated from a UC school. Thanks to Waldorf.
Thank you.
Thank
Congrats.
Izad followed by Dr. Thomas.
Hi, everybody. My name
Just
is
a moment.
Aizad.
We can lower that for.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Aizad, and I just wanted to say that I really love my school, and it could help me learn things, and I really want to stay in Sycamore Creek Charter School for until 12th grade. And before I go, I want to sing you all a song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I'm nervous. Let it shine, let it shine. I won't let you and out. I won't let you and out. Let it shine, let it shine.
Hey, all right.
Thank you, Aizad.
All right, so Thomas will be followed by Taryn, I think that is.
Dear people out there who are helping to keep us safe here. My name is Thomas Kleen, and I want to speak on behalf of Sycamore. I'm a professor for theoretical physics. Usually I speak quite well in front of people, not today. I don't know what it is. You make me nervous. So I am teaching at Cal State Long Beach, so I have a pretty good idea what kind of students you get out of the high school system here. And what I noticed is, of course, you can be academically fine. Yeah, you can have all the perfect grades and so on, but there's one ingredient which really, really is important to me, and that is passion. So that is some excitement about learning, some curiosity about nature. The reason that I'm driving every day for 40 minutes back and 40 minutes, no, wait, first this way, then back. So anyways, that I do that every day with my two kids who attend this school. Maria? Yeah? Leonard, he is, my son fell asleep. It's a bit, oh no, you hear him. The reason that I do that is that Waldorf provides exactly that. It offers exactly this. It's a great opportunity, not just for academic merit, but really for the growth of a person. I would love for them that they can do this from grade 1 to 12 and just thrive, exactly as the teacher of my daughter just said. It's a great thing to grow up together, to see how kids develop, how they form a bond with their classmates. These are all so valuable things that I think, well, I can only support that. It's selfish, but that's why I'm here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Taryn, followed by Aaron.
Thank you, Orange County Board of Trustees, and thank you for pronouncing my name right. I don't get that a lot. My name is Taryn Lance Silverthistle. I am the part of the first alumni class of Sycamore Creek Community Charter School, and I am a current student at Orange County School of the Arts. I would just like to say, before I started at Sycamore, I had difficulties in school, and I actually did not really feel safe. Now, when I switched to Sycamore, I had a difficulty adjusting to the environment, mostly because I was not used to having a loving and caring environment. When I my first day there, I didn't trust anybody. I was very nervous. I was very skittish, and the students there helped me a lot in conversating and making lifelong friends. One of which is here. My teacher, Miss Kimberly, who just earned her PhD, was probably one of the most impactful people in my entire life. She encouraged me to learn and to actually be curious outside of the 6 hours I'm subjugated to learn. Now, I believe that if you guys do allow a high school with grades 9 through 12, I believe that my fellow students will have a outstanding life outside of that school. Sycamore has been a huge impact on my life, and honestly, if I didn't go to Sycamore, I would not be here today, and I would not, well, obviously I wouldn't be here today, but I would not have my current ambitions of being a park ranger in the National Park Service. With all this in mind, I would like to thank my fellow students for being so kind and generous, and I would like to give a personal thank you to Miss Kimberly for her impact and for everything that she did to me. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, followed by Amy.
Good evening, board. My name is Eric Roden, and my wife's right over there, Adriana. So she's not able to join me up here right now because she was helping my son knit, which is one of the many benefits that Waldorf Education provides our kids. I don't think I even know how to sew on a button on my shirt, so there you go. I'll make this short because we do have an hour drive back to our house, which is in Norwalk. Hopefully another reason why you can see how important this is to us as a family to be part of the Waldorf education. I'm also a realtor, which Tim, I recognize you from there. And I'm a full-time realtor, so I would love to be able to offer my clients another great location for them to possibly send their children to a Waldorf education school that is a no tuition school, which is actually one of the only unheard of things that I have seen with this education. And Sarah had already mentioned there's very few schools that offer it. So we would love to be able to offer more families that valuable education. It's a magical experience, and that's all I could say to wrap up. So thank you. Thanks for your
Thank
time.
you.
Amy, followed by Catherine.
Okay, good evening, Orange County Board of Trustees, staff and guests. I had it timed at a tight 3, so I'm going to try to go quick. My name is Amy Green Bosanoff. Years ago, my now 6th grade son's preschool director asked a group of us parents what we wanted for our children when they grew up. And many spoke of happiness. And I realized, though, that concerned of the pitfalls of life, what I really wanted for my children was to be adaptable, to be able to survive in a rapidly changing and challenging world. And when I found Waldorf education, I fell in love with the pedagogy and feel that it helps children guided toward being resilient and open. In addition to being held by teachers who would know them so well through our looping model, our curriculum meets students developmentally as they progress. In addition to learning the foundational basics, students are exposed to a varied array of art and culture, and regardless of whether or not students will have art incorporated into their livelihoods, the experiences of being immersed in the appreciation of beauty and being aware of so many differences impacts them. I met our director, Sarah, when I was pregnant with my now 7-year-old first grader. My family has been dedicated to our school ever since. I've been a founder, a board member, interim director, and now I am our school's 4th grade class teacher. We've been learning descriptive and figurative writing through the vehicle of Norse mythology in our current block of study. Norse myths are exciting and the students love them. These stories also meet them developmentally after having just gone through their very separating 9-year change, with ideas of rugged individualism balanced with concepts of fraternity and hospitality being an essential to survival. It honors their needs to be themselves while also anchoring them with the reality of community. We've just gotten through the Ragnarok story, not the Marvel version. And in one summary, a student wrote, and I'm paraphrasing, how the heralding of Ragnarok was inevitable after the Aesir pantheon of gods had once again broken their word and undermined their honor. Their world being built upon honor, it was inevitable then in the face of death that they would crumble. And the concept of this, they don't know yet, earmuffs to all my students who are in the audience, that it's gonna link to the fall of Rome and all these things are gonna come together since I'll loop with them. Really quickly, I'm so sorry. The founder of Steiner, of Waldorf School of Steiner said, our highest endeavor must be to develop free humans who are able of themselves to impart purpose and direction to their lives. And I believe our curriculum does that. It's not a one-size-fits-all world. Education can't be, and so we wish through California charter law to give that to our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. The fall of Rome.
Catherine, followed by Audrey.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Matson, also Bama. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to listening to all of us this evening. We really appreciate it. I've been involved with Sycamore Community Charter School since the very beginning as a parent and employee. I believe that as a parent, I should have a choice for my child's education that is the best fit for my family. It is important to my family that our child is offered foreign language, arts, handwork, and many other opportunities that Waldorf has to offer. I find it so wonderful that my son's teacher loops with him. She is able to watch him grow, support him in his development, and meet his needs because she knows him so well. She helps him work through any social and emotional issues with heart, like a member of our own family. I strongly believe that it is so important to offer a high school along with our current and future students to complete the Waldorf educational model, to continue their education in hands-on and experiential learning and remain connected with their class and family. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Audrey, followed by Elvia.
Audrey?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Hi, am Audrey Kelly, and I thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak on on behalf of Sycamore Creek community and the material rooms that are put forth for the 9th through 12th grade. I have been in private education for 15 years and became disenchanted when I realized that educational decisions were made by shareholders and profiteers, and was very happy to find Sycamore Creek as an option for my own 2 children. They started there 2 years ago, and it's a joy to hear them want to get to school in the morning. When my daughter had a cold the other day, she was very worried about missing her block test and needing to get in, and all these responsibilities that they have aligned within themselves because they feel a part of this collective community that is supported by the Waldorf philosophy, but also by all of the people that are there that are so passionate. It's a safe community that is expanding and growing out of our existing facilities, and to the opportunity to pave a path that would take them through 12th grade in facilities that are scalable to that development would be a dream of mine, to impart the passion of the education that they're receiving and continue through. So I'm a big believer in Sycamore Creek, in Waldorf, and in people's right to choose for their children, and safe communities for them to grow. So I thank you for your time, and I hope it works.
Thank you.
Elvia, followed by Chris.
Good evening. My name is Elvia Galicia, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for Los Alamitos Unified School District. Sycamore Creek currently runs an expensive Waldorf program that has limited local support from our community. These schools directly state on their websites that significant private donations are critical to support this program. The County Office of Education's analysis of Sycamore's petition in 2019 stated and alerted the county board that the charter's budget, quote, does not support the ongoing professional development needed to implement the proposed program. They also expressed concerns that under the Waldorf program model, students would not demonstrate grade level competency each year. 4 years later, Sycamore is performing below the state average, yet seeks to add a high school program. The county is empowered to deny Sycamore's request for material revision if it is unlikely to serve the interests of the entire community where it will be located. The charter states that the support from the high school program came from parents whose students already attend the school, but it is silent on whether the interest came from parents within our district. For a material revision request, the petitioners are required to submit various financial documents. These budget documents must establish a clear understanding of the complexities of public school finance. Sycamore projects to pay teachers only $60,000 to $68,000 a year, whereas Los Alamitos ranges from $70,000 to $140,000 a year. Sycamore's proposal poses overall compensation is substantially lower than all districts in the area, which is likely to present a serious challenge to Sycamore's efforts to attract and retain high quality and experienced employees. The county board may consider the fiscal impact that Sycamore expansion would have on our district. Sycamore projects to enroll 500 students, which will cost $5 million to our district. So I implore the county board to deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, followed by Trisha.
Thank you. My name is Chris Forehand, and I'm the very proud president of the Los Alamitos School Board. Our board takes very seriously its duty to manage education within our borders as we are locally elected to do. Sycamore Creek is requesting to expand its Waldorf educational model to high school students for the first time. Yet this school has only been in operation for 4 years and has low academic performance ratings for the elementary grades it currently serves. In their charter, the petitioners concede that providing public Waldorf charter high schools is a new movement. This school started in 2019 with 63 students, currently serving about 160 students. And now with its request for expansion to add high school program, the charter proposes for expansion to serve 300 students this next year and then 500 in the year after that. Our district is not aware of any local interest in the expansion of this charter, but even if its enrollment projections are accurate, we lack confidence in Sycamore's bold proposal to expand before addressing the cause of its low academic performance. According to petitioners, only 2 other tuition-free public Waldorf charter high schools are operating in the state. From the state's data, these schools also appear to have low academic performance or to not serve all student subgroups. We urge the county board to deny Sycamore's request to expand and instead wait and see if Sycamore can establish academic progress for the grades it already serves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tricia will be followed by Daryl.
Thank you all for having us here today. My name is Tricia Pyle, and I'm here with my family tonight in support of Sycamore Creek becoming a countywide charter school and adding grades 9 through 12. My husband, Jason, and I currently have 4 children attending Sycamore Creek. Our family is proof that Sycamore's tuition-free public Waldorf option is working. After raising our own children, in 2019, we became guardians to our nieces and nephews here with us today. As you can imagine, the transition to our new normal, the new home, hasn't been the easiest. But with the support of this tight-knit community and looping with teachers, we have been able to provide our children with a broader sense of family, promoting their social and emotional well-being along with their academics. In addition to daily lessons, our children can sew, knit, build, and are educated in botany and art in the arts, including painting, theater, violin. Even our little ones in TK and Kinder, their natural talents are being nurtured and their leadership skills emerging. Parent-family choice has been instrumental in our situation, and we know more families can benefit from the same. Becoming a countywide school can help provide that to many others. With that said, our 8th grader Jasmine would like to say a few words.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and I'm in 8th grade. I have been going to Sycamore Creek since 5th grade when I came to live in California. Sycamore is the best school I have been to yet. The thing I love most about it are the people here, my friends, my classmates, and all the teachers. The thing I love to do most at Sycamore is to walk on my stilts that I made the first year there. If I went to a different school, I would not do that stuff like I do now, like garden, walk on stilts, draw, and play, the games we do at Sycamore. Before going to Sycamore, I used to not like reading, and now I read too much sometimes. All I'm
time's
trying
expired.
to... Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
So, Daryl followed by Shyla.
And you can never read too much, so don't worry.
Daryl, yes.
I'm Daryl Reddick. I'm currently the director of teaching and learning at Little Isle Preschool, or Little Isle School. We're a Reggio-inspired school focusing on early child education. My primary responsibility is to look for evidence in learning, to see how teachers are facilitating and stimulate learning. My wife and I, who has also been in education, we've both been in education for about 20 years. And I have a daughter who's in 4th grade and have a son who's in kindergarten. The reason we made the choice for Sycamore Charter was our daughter, I didn't see the evidence of learning in my daughter at her school. She loved her teachers. I come home and ask her, what did you do today? What's your favorite part of school? She'd say recess. What did you learn? Couldn't tell me. I just saw her being stressed out. I would come home, I hear my wife helping her with homework. They're both stressed out. I'm wondering if I want to go into the house because I hear them arguing over the homework, right? Now, when we made the choice to go to Sycamore, I would step in the door Alana right away is telling me everything that she learned, everything that she enjoyed about school. One of my goals as an educator is to have the children come through my school or come through my classroom and want to learn, love to learn, right? And apply the things that they learned in their private and their personal life. All the skills that she's learning at Sycamore, I see her trying to apply it on her day-to-day life. Trying to solve math problems, give her math problems. I was picking her from ballet, and she's working on those paragraphs that Miss Amy talked about. And she said, "Dad, I need to figure out how to write with less details." And I said, "Is that a critique from Miss Amy?" She said, "No, she said, you know, like when you work with fractions, instead of saying 2/4, you can just say 1/2, right?" And I was like, I obviously need to take that lesson because I need to figure out how to, I had so much I wanted to say, but I'm just happy that she has the choice to go there, and I hope she continues to have a choice.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you so much.
Shyla, followed by Seneca.
Hi, my name is Shyla, and I am currently one of the 8th grade class at Sycamore Creek. Sycamore Creek is a wonderful school, and I am so grateful to be part of it. One of the things that I love is that there is no heavy weight or pressure to be perfect like at other schools that I've been to. Mistakes are supported and figured out and taught, not bashed and shamed. I'm always comfortable asking or answering questions because even though I may be wrong, I am still supported and taught. I've always loved learning at Sycamore Creek. If I were to be at another school, I would definitely be a different person. I wouldn't be as confident or as good at test taking. I would also be very scared to ask questions. I hope that Sycamore Creek can open at high school so that I can continue this great learning path. I've made so many friends and I've been taught wonderfully by my handwork, games, and regular teachers that I wouldn't be taught like that at any other places. I am supported and I feel that way, unlike I would have at other schools. I encourage you to say yes to us opening a high school so that I can continue feeling supported. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seneca, followed by Molly.
Hi, I don't really have much to say except I really enjoy school because the teachers make learning enjoyable and interesting, and I would like to continue that in high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Molly, followed by Leanne.
Good evening. Thank you, Orange County Board of Trustees and staff. My name is Molly, and I'm here to tell you about my first grader named Jonas, who attends Sycamore Creek Community Charter School. When my son was born, I began to think about his education immediately. Of course, he seemed like the most special person to me. It was obvious that he was boisterous, energetic, and curious. His love of stories, art, movement, and music began to grow, and I read more about Waldorf schools. It sounded like the perfect place for him to be. However, the only nearby school at the time was private and not an option financially for my family. Luckily, just before he reached a school age, a tuition-free Waldorf school opened near us, and so began our path to being here today. The best thing I could say about it is that he doesn't want to leave school. I often pick him up, often to either stick around and play with his friends, or he asks to go back. His current favorite subject, well, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. It's the only school he's ever known. He's able to practice his love for creating, for music, art, and movement. He moves a lot every day. He is learning to become a member of a community and has built a special group of friends. He is fostering a love for the earth, animals, different cultures, and is already reading Spanish. Well, he's not reading Spanish, he's speaking it, but he's reading, and he's doing math. I take extreme comfort in how well his teacher knows him and will get to know him as he goes through the grades. His current favorite subject is handwork, which encompasses his love of creating things, his curiosity of how things are made. He feels seen and heard, and I hope that Waldorf can be an option through 12th grade.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Leanne, followed by Christina.
Hello, I'm Leanne Bruyette, and I'm a professor at the University of California at Irvine in the School of Education. However, I started as a teacher in Germany, and I'm just going to say a few words because I'm familiar with both systems. And some of the things I've heard, I think, are a misunderstanding of the German system, which is the tradition that the Waldorf schools follow. So what I'd like to do is say how it could be advantageous for the Orange County schools as a whole to have schools available that don't teach reading until the age of 6. And there's no time, I'm sure that you all have done a lot of statistics. I have too, but there's no time for that. But you're probably aware that in recent years, young men have gone to college in lesser and lesser numbers. And that, if you look at the timing when the United States started teaching reading in kindergarten, kids that were the first to have to struggle with that, because you probably know in your own family that little girls are more articulate, they're more language oriented than little boys, who are often very active and perhaps not focusing on what's happening in their elementary school classroom. Well, that many people believe has caused the little boys to fall behind. They're not developmentally ready to learn to read in kindergarten. And that is a problem in the United States. If you look at the international PISA scores, you'll notice that Finland and Estonia, which do not teach reading until the age of 7, have much higher reading scores from the latest PISA exams than the United States does.
Your
So-
time has expired. This is very fascinating. Why don't you
I
send
know,
that
I
information
go in
to us?
45 minutes.
Thank you.
Christina, followed by Dinah. Do we have Christina? I think that's Christina. You're Christina?
I am,
Okay.
yes. Sorry, I heard Dinah.
No worries.
Thank you so much, Board, for the opportunity to present today. I'm here to support the Sycamore Creek Community Charter School material revision to extend through 12th grade. I'm a mother of a 4th grader at Sycamore Creek with Miss Amy, who we love so much. I grew up in the public school system. I thrived in it, did exceptionally well, played varsity sports, and my spouse went to Corona Del Mar, and she graduated with a full ride scholarship. We love the public school system. We believed that our child would go there so much that when we bought our first home after starting a family, we based our location on the academic success in the public school system where we were interested in buying. A friend of ours suggested that we consider a school for preschool, and we thought, sure, we're willing to check out anything for preschool. We were interested in play-based learning and that to fit the needs at the time. So we tried a private Waldorf school in Long Beach, and we loved it. Our son was thriving. We extended our time. We thought it would just be preschool, and then we would go to this wonderful school that we moved to. But we extended it through kindergarten. He continued to thrive. He's very right-brained, so the arts, all the creative spirits that they welcome at the Waldorf schools really worked for him. And we noticed that he was really loving to learn in that setting. And so we decided to extend that through the private school system. that we were in at the time, and he did really well. When we learned about Sycamore Creek, we transferred over, and it was like just this eye-opening experience to be part of this wonderful community that Sarah has helped nourish through the years, and with Miss Amy and her teaching and her love and her passion for educating has just been so wonderful. And our son is so happy going to Sycamore Creek, and we ask that you please extend it through, give us an opportunity to go into 12th grade and to have our forever home.
Thank you.
So Dinah will be followed by Candine.
Good evening. My comment really should have come in under the general comment, and I've been told I could speak at this time, so thank you for allowing me, trustees. I'm Dinah Frieden, and I live in Irvine. I had the supreme pleasure of serving as a commissioner to the Irvine Unified School District for 7 years. I know and understand the magnitude of the job that you people have in protecting our children. You are the trustees. Earlier, I was concerned because I heard a young man say that when he was at OSHA, he did not feel safe. Your job is to be sure that children are safe. Sexual misconduct and assault is not anything to brush aside. We tell our children always to trust adults, to trust teachers. And when they cannot trust the teachers, who are they to trust? We have nothing to fear by an investigation. You want what's best for our children. We want what is best for our children. Let us get to the truth. Let us not be afraid of the truth. We want to trust you. You are the trustees of our children. Please be the trustees. Do what you're elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candine followed by Jason. I'm sorry, Colesworthy. I'm struggling on that name. I think it's Candine. Oh, I'm sorry. I see. Carolyn. That's an R. Okay, sorry. Cole at the restroom. Okay. Why don't we go to Jason for now?
Good evening, board members. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. My name is Jason, and I am here on behalf of my family, who's sitting right back here. And I am a high school English teacher. I teach at Newport Harbor High School. My wife is a school nurse in the Anaheim Elementary District. And I want to tell you just a short story, which will be in support of Sycamore Creek receiving the material revision to become the countywide benefit charter and add grades 9 through 12. 3.5 years ago, we had a predicament. We didn't know what to do with our youngest daughter as far as school. School was supposed to start in a week. We had tried, she was going into 3rd grade. We had tried the public school in our neighborhood, and it was not a good fit for a variety of reasons. We had tried homeschooling. It wasn't a good fit. And then we heard about a new Waldorf-based charter school that was opening in 6 days or 7 days. My wife and I had been super excited about the Waldorf education. However, even with potential scholarships, there was no way we could afford it. So we thought it was out of the question. When we heard about this new school, we were so excited that it was like 11 o'clock at night. We went right on the website. We signed up our daughter. She was accepted. And 3.5 years later, she is now halfway through her 6th grade year and is doing extremely well at this unique, special, amazing, creative, academically rigorous, caring institution. She was so excited about it. She would come home talking about the handiwork, the gardening, her teacher stories and everything. And her older sister, Shelby, was so compelled by this that she actually left homeschooling and went to Sycamore Creek for 7th grade and 8th grade, and is now in 9th grade at Early College High School, because we don't have a high school at Sycamore Creek yet, but she's doing really well because she was prepared well. And there are other families like us that their kids our kids don't work in some of the traditional public settings or homeschool or some of the options. We really need more options. Our family needs options, the county needs options, and you guys have the authority to give an option to these amazing students in our county.
Your
and
time's expired.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
very
Thank
much.
you so much.
All right. So, forgive me, I didn't read your name right. Caroline,
Thank you.
and followed by Eric. All right.
Thank you. My name is Caroline Colesworthy. Thank you for your time. I'm a parent at Sycamore Creek, one daughter in 8th grade and one daughter in 1st. When we looked at the map of the 40 different zip codes, that little dot down there in Laguna Niguel is my 8th grader. And during the pandemic, she refused to go back to school. She said, I will not set foot in a classroom again, and you can't make me. And I actually co-parent that child, and I took her dad to court to make her go to school. And so she started with Miss Kimberly, and he has driven her every morning from 6 to 7 a.m. to Costa Mesa, where I then drive her, her and our carpool up to Huntington Beach. She loves school now. I can't tell you how priceless that is for me. Waldorf education is a pedagogy of peace, but it is also a pedagogy of rigor. I have a master's degree. My husband has a master's degree. He's a scientist working to preserve local plants in Laguna Beach. My older daughter's father is the long-term drinking water planner for the city of San Diego. The environment and the whole person is so important to our family's culture. We believe in high achieving, but we also believe in our children's ability to self-regulate and to be community members in an uncertain world. And we trust that the fullness of this education is what's going to get them ready for that. I say this coming, straight from the Ivy League. I was also born in Newport Beach. I went to Newport Mesa schools. I also went to Harbor Day School. I went to most of the schools in the area trying to find my place. And the fact that my children feel comfortable in their educational institute is priceless to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eric, followed by Britt.
Hi, thank you for being here this evening and giving us the opportunity to speak for Sycamore Creek. My name is Aaron Witt. I'm a high school math teacher in Downey, teach honors freshman math. I'm also the parent of 2 daughters who go to Sycamore Creek. I have been so grateful for this opportunity to have this school for them. Like, they love school. They love what's going on there. They come home every day and lecture both my wife and I on what they've been learning on Ragnarok and teaching us how to knit and do the, all the different crafts. My daughter comes home and teaches me how to play the violin. We heard from some people from Los Alamitos who were not happy about the idea of Sycamore Creek and that there isn't community support for this. There's a lot of community support out here. We have families that drive from all over the county to come to Sycamore Creek because it's where their kids are happy and where they learn and feel comfortable. They drive from all over to the dump. That's across the street. Nobody likes the smell. Nobody likes the fact that it's a split campus, that there's no room, the kids don't have consistent access to the playground or sports facilities, a tiny little field. They don't like the fact that there's not enough classrooms for the grades and the kids that are there. But we're still happy to do that because of the education that these kids are getting. They also brought up the academic rigor was an issue. That's not an issue with these classes. The kids that I get in my honors math class, they come in even as honors students. They don't have confidence in their abilities. They don't have the ability to ask a question. They come in and they hate math and they don't love learning. They're scared of fractions because stuff was pushed on them too early. And because of that, they come in with these hang-ups that had they been given extra time, they would be comfortable. I could teach them if they had never had bad experiences, but they come in with those experiences, and it's very sad.
Thank you. Your time.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not sure. Was that, I had a card for Eric and Adriana? That wasn't you. Okay. So are you Britt then?
I'm Britt.
You're Britt. Okay, Britt, go for it.
Thank you for having me. I'm here because I enthusiastically support Sycamore Creek's material revision to become a countywide benefit charter and to add grades 9 through 12. I have 2 kids that go to Sycamore, an 8th grader and a 4th grader. I cut so many of my notes so I could go faster. I'm a public school, high school teacher for 24 years in Long Beach Unified. I have a master's degree in educational administration, and I'm the product of a California public school education. I had every intention of my kids following in my steps. But they're different. They're different. They had different needs, and then so they weren't fitting into where they were going. I researched and found Waldorf and the whole child and the hands, heart, and head. I knew there were other options. I tried a private one in Long Beach, $15,000 a year for each child. I couldn't do that. I tried for a while. COVID changed everything, and we found Sycamore Creek. It was a miracle. A tuition-free Waldorf school. It was the answer to my prayers. The school has changed our lives. We started, like I said, during the pandemic. And my kid, they were struggling, like a lot of the kids, and they've since flourished, and they continue to do so. How could they not flourish? They get to regularly play musical instruments, paint, draw, knit, and handwork. One's creating a marionette and handwork. They play in the dirt and garden, and they touch worms, but they love it. They love it. They love to learn. That's the one thing that's super special. They're eager to learn. Okay, cut that. The Sycamore Creek teachers, they don't just care what goes on in the classroom. If our kids had a rough night or they want to text in the morning so they can support the kid, so they can support our kids. So to extent, they want to be we are part of the whole family. Oh no. Okay. My ending, okay. Sending my kids to Sycamore Creek was the best thing I've ever done for them. And to think that there could be a high school, I could never afford the $30,000 a year at the Waldorf down here, but to continue building their confidence and graduating from a school with our community, that's a life-changing gift. And I'm so lucky for this. And I believe every child should have a Waldorf education, and I think the world would be a better place.
All right.
Thank you.
So, let's go to Maria, followed by Kara. Maria, followed by Kara. Sorry, I didn't get you on deck before. On.
So I also had a 3-minute thing ready, and I've been frantically trying to figure out what to cut. So my name is Maria Urdinarian, or Maria Ana Urinarrain. Up to you. Good evening to the Board of Trustees and to all of you in attendance. I'm speaking in support for Sycamore Creek Community Charter School's material revision to become a countywide benefit charter and to add grades 9 through 12. I am a credentialed single subject visual arts teacher. I am the visual arts or handwork teacher that you keep hearing about. I am teaching them the marionette, and we are doing awesome. I am also the parent of a recently graduated 8th grader and 2 current students. I was not going to add that, but because of some earlier comments, I thought I would. My daughter has moved on to high school and is excelling out of the gate. And let me say that my daughter was middle to lower in our own 8th grade. And I was a little worried, but even in that space, she was just, even middle to lower, she was doing well. And she got to this high school and she is flying. And it makes me just tear up thinking about it. She's thriving in the honors program, looking at the AP, and has been tapped as a growing leader by her classmates and her teachers. Administration. As a teacher and a single parent of 3, I am proud to call myself a Sycamore teacher. And while my family would most definitely benefit from the higher salary that was mentioned earlier by a representative of another school, I am more sold by the conspicuous benefit I see on a daily basis in my students and my children. And that, coupled with no cost tuition, that's the math. Sycamore Creek is a place where students are asked to care about how their mind works, to wonder together, where students are excited to learn, feel safe, as you've heard, and belong to a caring community. We diligently work to encourage students to reflect on how they learn and view perseverance through struggle as an opportunity of growth. This focus transforms the typical teacher-student interaction, student-student interaction, and even teacher-teacher interaction. So I invite you to take the time today to get to know some of our families that are here in this beautiful sea of green, and I'm confident you will agree. Thank you.
Maria.
Thank you.
Kara, followed by Juliet.
Hi, my name is Kara, and I'm not a fan of speaking in public, so I'm going to keep this very brief. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm a current parent, and I'm here in support of Sycamore Creek's material revision and the addition of the high school grade. My children have thrived in the loving, non-competitive, and collaborative environment, and I want to reiterate the collaborative part because that is really the most beautiful part of this education to me. I urge you to support Sycamore and the children that benefit from this beautiful education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Juliet, followed by Jenica.
Thank you, Orange County Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mijares, and staff. I am speaking in support of Sycamore's material revision to become a countywide benefit charter and to add grades 9 through 12. I am on the board of Sycamore as secretary. My name is Juliet Santa Cruz. I'm a 17-year public high school teacher at Downey High School. I teach health, AVID, and biomedical CTE courses. I support public schools, and I support Sycamore completely. Sycamore represents, for myself, happy families, strong connections. Where there is a will, there is a way, and I would love to see opportunity for growth to expand beyond 8th grade for all the reasons previously stated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I think closing us out here, Jenica.
None. All right, good evening. Thank you, Orange County Board of Trustees, Superintendent Mijares, and staff. My name is Jenica Santa Cruz, and I am the games teacher. I bring the fun to school. Many students, from what I've gathered from their parents, have come up to me and told me how much they have enjoyed their games class. I am here in support of Sycamore's material revision to become a countywide benefit charter and to add grades 9 through 12. Last year, when I heard that Sycamore was in search of a games/PE teacher, I was excited at the opportunity to return to teaching after a 13-year absence. I look forward to learning and growing along with my students and with the community, and teaching my current students as high schoolers as well. I believe in Sycamore's community that they can continue to thrive and grow the school and to provide more opportunities to more students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully I didn't miss anyone. I think we got them all though, Madam President.
Great, thank you. Araceli.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for Sycamore Creek Community Charter School. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on February 14th. And at March 1st board meeting, we will present Orange County Department of Education findings and recommendations, and the board will take action to grant or deny the revisions to the charter petition. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you. And do we do any board questions?
You can if you choose to.
Okay.
I do.
Do you all have some questions?
I do.
Okay. Trustee Valdez.
Could the executive director take the podium again?
Turn this.
What was your name again?
It's Sarah Bach.
Sarah.
B-A-C-H.
So nice to see you.
Thank you.
I have some questions and some, let's say, significant concerns. To be clear, I'm in favor of charter schools, and you clearly have a lot of parent support here. And I'm really in favor of putting, the power of education in parents. If you look at agenda item 13, that's my agenda item, which is the parents' rights agenda item for this evening. but I have some really, really significant concerns regarding the test scores at Sycamore. And I'm not even sure that the parents are aware of this who are in this room, but I'm going to read this out to everyone here. According to edsource.org, Sycamore's 2022 English scores on state testing was 23.86% pass rate. LA Unified, as an example, was 41.7%. The Sycamore math scores for the year 2022 are 19.32% pass rate. LA Unified is 28.49. Those pass scores are beyond failing to me. You are asking me as a trustee, sitting here on behalf of the kids that go to your school, to grant you the authority to extend, scores, through high school that are terrible. So can you explain to me why the test scores are that low?
Yes. Yes, I can. So first of all, we opened the year of the pandemic. So in March, when we closed, we had been with our students for however long that is. I'm not counting after a full day of teaching, a couple months, right? We didn't test them that first year. We didn't test them the second year because of the pandemic. So, and the third year, I don't know what we did the third year. That's when we tested. Okay. Oh, because this is for year 4. Anyway, so last year was our first year that we did any testing with our students. And if you look at the attendance for all schools, that was very difficult for us. So we're not denying that this was an issue. We were very seriously impacted by the pandemic. Our curriculum is not a virtual curriculum. It really requires the students to be in class. However, the other thing I think that is problematic is to look at those scores like as a whole, because as you saw on the charts, our students start either at, equal, or below, and and above. And when you average those, it looks like we haven't made any growth. You really need to look specifically at the grades to see those differences. And our classes have been small, so those don't show up on the dashboard. And our students with disabilities actually tested higher than the state, right? The state.
Do you have a higher percentage of students with disabilities than the average school?
We don't have, I just know from my class personally, I probably am at 50% or higher.
So are you suggesting that if I went through the scores grade by grade, they, for example, the lower grades would be much lower and they would get higher as the grades get higher?
Correct. That's what my study was over the past 5 years of all Waldorf schools. Right? These are all 19 Waldorf schools. Well, not all, there are more, but the 19 Waldorf schools that had been in operation through 2014.
Can you share with me what the, perhaps after tonight, what the other Waldorf schools are doing, with respect to state testing? I know there was someone here who mentioned there are 2 other Waldorf schools in California.
The high schools?
I'd like to know how they're doing.
Okay. I don't have that off the top of my head, but.
This is a very significant issue for me. I mean, this is just, this is beyond low to me.
It is, but I think those reasons are they're very valid. So you have to take those into account.
Yeah. Additionally, not as an excuse, as an explanation, last year for about 2 months, when our school started to really hit its stride, we thought, being back in person, we essentially, for about 2 months, from December 15th to about this February 15th, we were hit really hard by Omicron. Our students, our staff were hit so hard, we filed a J13. I remember at one point it was myself and our Spanish teacher, who's here tonight, with 3 of our grades up for about a week. In fact, I know administrators here at OCDE were also subbing during that time But for our school, that was so significant because it was 2 months mid-year that we completely lost, really. It's about 20% of the school year that we lost. Additionally, I just want to make everyone aware that this is why the state and the governor has added 2 years extension to every charter school for its renewal. We are not here tonight as a renewal. We are not asking for a renewal to our charter. That comes in 2026 for us, and that's when those scores are really going, you're going to really want to look at those. And we agree with you that that's important. And
I just want you to know,
I
I'm
appreciate
on
it.
I'm on your side, you know, generally speaking on the charter portion of this. But I have another charter school here tonight, which is pushing, you know, test scores almost 80%. Because I do my homework before I sit here. I mean, you're 60 percentage points lower. That's a significant problem to me. So I'm going to look forward to Araceli's staff report. I know this is not an action item for tonight, but I just want to tell you, this is a big issue for me.
And yeah, like Dr. Bach said, it's not an excuse. We're aware. It's something we've been working on all year. We have our MAP scores, which are the other scores we use in addition to the CASP that you get, that inform us of what we need to do. So it's been very much on our minds. Just so you know.
If I might, Madam President?
Yes.
We had a couple speakers. I wanted to give you a chance to maybe address what they had said. I made notes about teacher pay, and I guess being competitive in regards to that, and just the budget questions about you know, your assumptions going forward with your budget.
Sure, absolutely. So actually, looking at the budget, it was mentioned $68,000 versus $72,000 at the low range for low sal, and going up to $140,000. I think that it's important to recognize that, like, this is a social entrepreneur path for us, for me, for our school. We've had to make lots of sacrifices in order to be here even. And we think that over time that will grow. And that doesn't also account for STIRS, which we offer, which not all charter schools offer, which means the school meets 20% of the salary plus full medical benefits. When you add it up, it's significantly more than that. And I think that needs to be considered.
Well, thank you. My just final comment. I thought many of the speakers this evening were very compelling, but one that I'm going to remember is the drive. Was it Laguna Niguel that you're coming up from? What was it? Is that right? Did I hear?
Said Laguna Beach.
Laguna Niguel. Okay, up to Huntington Beach. Now that I think says a lot.
Definitely.
I just have one quick question. On the study, it went through 8th grade. Do we have some patterns for 9 to 12 in terms of improvements?
Well, we don't, I think, have a big enough sample size to really know, but just anecdotally looking at some recent scores, you mentioned the other two schools. One school is doing very, very well. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm happy to share them. A school of about 450 students. They are above in every single category, subcategory. The other school is more of a mixed bag.
Yeah, I'd be curious
Yeah.
of those numbers. Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Williams or Barkey? Yeah.
Sarah, we have been through a lot.
Yes.
Starting in 2019 when you came before us, and there was a lot of doubters and a lot of naysayers, and the Los Alamitos crew came out against you.
It was OVSD then. Yeah. But they're not here tonight, and I think that says something. I think it does. I think it's a positive.
Yeah, Ocean View.
So yeah, the Ocean View, that was particularly malicious attack
Well,
upon you
we're
personally.
good friends now.
The Waldorf philosophy, I think, is very unique, and I think it's wonderful that it's a public school, that you don't charge a private tuition rate, where many of your parents would be unable to pay for. So I think this is wonderful. You've been through a lot, as Trustee Valdez says, and noted the test scores are on the lower side, but that's something that is an evolution, and that's changing. And you're, if we look at the overall history of Waldorf, it's rather remarkable. 98% attend college after graduating a Waldorf high school. 95% feel prepared for college, university, and postgraduate education. 92% complete initial college degrees, which is impressive. And 90% of your students will get into the top universities that they so choose. And the other remarkable number is 87% of those parents recommend strongly the Waldorf, and that's exemplary by the parents who are here tonight. You know, I can go down, I took notes from everybody. We have Daniel, who is a education specialist, and what you said was very moving. We look at the kids who are here, Sheila, who is in 8th grade, Seneca. You said some very compelling and wonderful things. And then we look at the young man who sang. Where is he, if he's still here? That was very touching. That was a song I still sing to myself because it's so comforting. Yeah, I was singing up here.
Yeah. Not in tune, but he was singing.
No, I'm Welsh. We're known as singers.
Right.
Okay, so for Professor Leanne Brulette, I have a question for you. Where are you? There you are. I respect you tremendously being at the School of Education. You bring a lot to this, and you wrote us a letter. I just was captivated by your comments. I could have probably listened to you for the next 30 to 40 minutes. I would love to come to one of your lectures. But could you comment on what you have seen and the test scores and where you foresee this going in the future with your knowledge of the Waldorf system? Come up here, please. And this is not a 30-minute lecture question. I want to give you 30 seconds.
From 9 to 12 this morning, so. I think the practical things that you have talked about have a lot to do with it. There's not enough room. The teachers have to have some of the teachers have 2 grades that they're teaching at the same time. I think that it's unfair for a school to have really, you're talking about comparison and what, it's a nice big school where they are, but they have so little of it and so little control over what's going on and how planning is done and things, that I think that has a lot to do with. It handicaps this tiny school as they're trying to grow. That's what I think.
Yeah, and you know, jumping on that same thought, during the COVID,
Exactly.
you honorably and faithfully served the community by taking students that you were not paid for. And I think we need to remind everybody of what you did for those families who you didn't have the funds for, but you, by your faith and your dedication to the kids, took that task on. And that hurts you too, I think, at the very beginning. It really kind of put you off to the side. We're known as a board that takes risk with those people who are broken, who are underprivileged, because we believe in you. And Sarah, I believe in you. You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Trustee Barkey.
But I do want to just, there are a couple highlights on the going back to 2022 test scores. I did mention our students with disabilities. They did outperform the state, and I have those numbers here, by 17 points in language arts and by 10.5 in math. Also, I don't have the numbers here for the science scores, but our 5th graders and our 7th graders also did outperform the state as well in those numbers. So taking those things into consideration, also please take into consideration that as Dr. Telfer Razat mentioned, it was our first year testing. There are going to be issues, even if there's not COVID. There's proctoring issues, there's test anxiety. There's all kinds of things when a school for the very first time is testing, especially after coming out of the haze of COVID and after 2 months of Omicron. It's just, I really think that's why our charter has been, and all charter schools have been given an additional 2 years to show, to come back to you and show you. And I think even this year, we are going to show so much growth in our MAPS testing and our CAPS testing. And you may know too, that the state is even considering adding another 2 years to that, and indeed making it 4 years. So to really judge us on this one time point, I think is just incredibly unfair. Most of these scores are not even on the dashboard because our student groups are so small. And you have to remember that when you're looking at 10 children, if one of them tests very low, that's 10% versus a state of thousands and thousands of children where it just, if you understand the normal curve, and you, of course you do, I know you do, not least, but it's just not apples to apples. It's really not. Every school is so unique and different, and so just there's nuance. That's all, and I'm happy to look into that further. I just did not want to leave that as is. Thank you.
Well, I'm so happy that everybody honored you by standing up for you because you deserve that. So you guys, thank you.
Yes,
And-
yes, yes. Oh my gosh.
And there's nothing that I enjoy more than seeing all the happy faces of the parents and the children. It's just incredible to see that. I know you guys are having a huge impact. Miss Kimberly, congratulations. I know that you've been working on this a long time, so that's awesome. And I just love what you do because, you know, I think choice is so important and you're really bringing something unique to the community that otherwise many community members could not afford, and you make that affordable and you make it available, and it's obvious that it's having a huge impact. So I thank you for doing that. What else did I make notes about? Yeah, I'm just thrilled that you're there, and you know, the district talked about the impact on the district, how it was going to cost them. I forget the number. It was outrageous, but I know studies have been done, and you look at that map, and these kids are coming from all over Orange County and beyond, so it's not going to affect that one little district. It's really not. The impact to the district is minimal, and I know you have a lot of kids who come out of private school, as we heard tonight, come out of homeschooling, so I'm thrilled with what you're doing and look forward to seeing you guys grow.
Thank you. Can I just also share, if you didn't notice, to me, it was so amazing that so many of our speakers tonight are teachers themselves in public schools. Yay for public schools. And that they're choosing our school. A physicist, a math teacher, science teachers. I think that really says something, right? Thank you.
And I'll just finish up. I was going to echo what you just said, that as an educator myself,
Yes.
you notice when educators are stepping up to the plate. That says something because we care. We understand learning. We understand learning outcomes. We understand what it takes to reach a student where they are and lift them up. And that's what you've done. And we've been here for you since we came on the board in 2018. I also want to say that we do understand, as a board, we do understand that it is not apples to oranges.
Thank you.
And when we
Or it
understand,
is apples to oranges.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
we understand that it is apples.
It's a lot of fruit.
That it is apples to oranges, and that it's not apples to apples. That the function that you all serve is unique, and that is the whole point. That you're serving students in a very unique, comprehensive way. That's not, putting a round hole in a square peg, or vice versa. And we really appreciate the effort that you've all done. And just, again, if we look at the data that we do see of parents are driving for hours to get to your school, the reports that you guys gave today, and thank you so much for coming out. We know it's late. We know because we're here every month, very late. But we really appreciate you all coming out and sharing your stories and sharing your passion and that really says something, that you're making that effort to drive to the school because you see something special going on. And that does not go unnoticed. So thank you for all your efforts. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, President Sparks.
Yes. Yes. Okay. At this point, why don't we take a 7-minute break and we'll come back at 7:20 for our next for Oxford Prep Academy. Okay. So we'll see you in 7 minutes. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session after a short break. Thank you all for rounding yourselves back. So now we will turn it to Oxford Prep Academy. Araceli.
The board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the requested material revisions to the Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley amended charter petition and requested material revisions. On November 4th, 2022, Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley submitted material revisions seeking to remove grades 6 through 8 from the charter petition and change enrollment preferences to include siblings of students admitted or attending the school's virtual learning program and Oxford Preparatory Academy Middle School, slated to open in the 23-24 school year. The Orange County Board of Education held a public hearing on December 14th to consider the level of support for the material revisions. As legally required, the revised petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code, and you've been provided the Orange County Department of Education staff report that offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Prior to public comments, representatives from Oxford Preparatory Academy Saddleback Valley shall have equal time or 10 minutes, whichever is greater, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations and findings published on January 17th. I now invite representatives from Oxford Preparatory Academy to the podium.
Good evening, President Sparks, members of the board. We don't really have a presentation tonight. We did it last time, but I did again want to thank you for the recognition for Saddleback Valley here tonight for our Distinguished School Award. Our sister school, SOC, also received the Distinguished School Award, so we were very excited to have both of our schools represented that way. And if you have any additional questions, but we're just excited to be able to kind of move on with our new middle school. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from you?
You'll take them later.
You'll take them later? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are none.
This concludes the public hearing. As a reminder, the school is requesting to remove grades 6 through 8 from the charter petition and change enrollment preferences. The board has 3 options for action for each of the material revisions requested. Approve the material revisions, approve the material revisions with conditions, or deny the material revisions. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll have board questions. I'll turn to my left. Trustee Barkey.
I have none.
Trustee Williams?
Yeah, just a basic question. Why do you want to remove? Hello again. Again, just reviewing for the record, why would you like to remove grades 6 through 8?
Because this board so generously granted us a petition for our OPA middle school, and so we don't need those grades 6 through 8 on our Saddleback Valley campus because those students will be attending our middle school.
Okay. And your 9 through 12 grade? When is that going to come?
I get asked that every week. We're going to get through the middle school first.
Okay. We look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
That's Molly Collins.
I'll echo that comment. Yes. All right. Trustee Shaw. Trustee Valdez.
Ms. Kernan, so I am a numbers person, and I want to congratulate you. The Oxford Prep Academy South Orange County campus in 2019 had a state test scores of 79.81%. In 2022, you actually got better at 81.17%.
We rocked COVID.
Your math scores were 83.14% in 2019. It went down a little bit to 74.69, but those are just exceptional numbers. So I have no problem with your revision because I like to reward success like that. My only question to you is, when we spoke last, you told me you were going to make your parent complaint procedure more public. Can you just share with me what you've done since our first meeting, which I think was back in October?
Yeah, so we have created more public awareness around our parent complaint procedures. We've posted them on our website. We do have a form that's available on our website as well as our campuses that parents can use for general complaints, not just for uniform complaints. We have different contact information. We let our parents know that if they have any questions or any issues that they can contact our principal, our school site chancellors, or myself. We've had several town halls, parent information meetings to make sure that we're really getting our parents involved. We've also kicked off our LCAP, our strategic planning committees, as well as have had several school site council meetings where we're working on actually increasing our parent education and parent involvement. So making sure that parents have a lot of different avenues, not only to get involved in school, but also to help to make those decisions for what's going on in our schools and know exactly who they can reach out to anytime they need to.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, well, thank you all so much for your hard work, and that brings us to our board action item number 8. Do I have any motions?
Make a motion for option number 1.
Do I have a second?
I'll second option number 1.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, congratulations, passes 5-0. All right, I will call Araceli back to the podium.
The board will now hold a hearing to grant or deny the CRLA Southern California petition proposing to establish California Republic Leadership Academy after no action was taken on the petition by the governing board of the Capistrano Unified School District. The charter school proposes to operate a classroom-based program serving students in TK through 8th grade for an initial charter term from 2023 through 2028 within the boundaries of Capistrano Unified School District. The board held a public hearing on January 4th to consider the level of support for the charter school. As legally required, the petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code, and you've been provided the Orange County Department of Education staff report that summarizes findings from that review and offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Based on information gathered throughout the entire review process, which included a clarification meeting held with petitioners on December 20th, OCDE staff is recommending approval with conditions of the California Republic Leadership Academy Capistrano Charter Petition. We put forward to the board that the deficiencies in the chartered petition, as written, can be adequately addressed via the execution of an agreement to remedy the findings in the staff report and any issues raised by the board, and establish appropriate timelines for the petitioners to meet the conditions as specified. We offer this recommendation based on the following. There are elements of the petition that require further information in order to be considered reasonably comprehensive or to comply with current law. The petition submitted only samples of curriculum and scope of sequence, and the petitioner has stated that curriculum would not be selected prior to approval. Would not be developed prior to approval. The petition does not contain an adequate description of the services to be provided to students who are English language learners, specifically daily designated English language development instruction, procedures for reclassification of English language learners, and support for newcomer students. The petition requires further information regarding the annual goals for the following state priorities: parental involvement, chronic absenteeism, school climate, and course access. Additionally, the petition contains language that does not comply with current education code with regards to teacher credentialing and next generation science standards. And finally, the petition states that students will have the opportunity to participate in internships, community service, vocational programs, employment, travel, and become mentors for others. However, there is no explanation, and the petitioners were unable to articulate during the clarification what this would look like in a TK through 8th grade setting. Prior to board discussion, representatives for CRLA will have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the staff recommendations and findings published on January 17th. I now call representatives from California Republic Leadership Academy to the podium.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent. It's a pleasure to be back here with you tonight. I wanted to reintroduce Kevin Pratt, our board president. We also have tonight Roy Kim with ICON, they're our back office provider, and Janelle Ruley, our counsel with Young Dominion Corps. So that's part of our team, and one of our board members was planning to be here, but he's online participating virtually, couldn't make it, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure to be here. We're very excited to have staff's recommend for approval. We thank staff for that. We certainly hope you'll agree with that. The staff did point out a handful of things which were just shared now that I think in some cases there was some confusion. I think in other cases that we could certainly provide clarification. So what I want to just say right up front is that to the extent that there's any areas where there's clarification that's needed, we're happy to provide that. We did submit a letter that kind of went item by item and offered some solutions for how we can go about that. So we're totally open and look forward to however the board chooses to hold us to addressing those concerns. We do hope that you'll approve the petition without conditions. If you do, we will still address all those concerns with staff. That's our commitment to you. So we've got our team here for questions. We'd love to answer any questions that you have. We appreciate your consideration, and we hope to make you proud.
Okay, thank you. Do we move on then to public comments, or Araceli again? Oh, there you are. I didn't see you. Okay.
So the hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There's one.
Yes. We will have Krista. Oh my.
I know, we know
That
each other.
Krista.
Yeah, hi.
Wait a minute, I know this name. Oh, good to see you.
Good to see you. I first want to say I'm really sad everyone left because I wanted to tell the Sycamore Creek crew how impressed I was. They were so passionate, and I honestly got emotional with some of their speakers, and it just makes me happy to see that, charters, there are so many different options for different kids and families. And anyways, I'm just grateful for the last hour, however long that was. I got to listen to them. It was a little bit better than wrangling my 6 kids at home during dinner time. So it's been actually a great meeting, much different than Capo. I'm sorry, our district board meeting. And I'm very impressed with all of you. Oh, shoot, I'm going to waste all my time right here, but I'm really impressed with how encouraging and supporting and how involved you all seem to be. And it's just night and day difference. But I'll get to my little talk here. My name is Krista Chamberlain, and I live in Las Flores. I have 6 kids ages 2 to 11. Our kids attended Las Flores Elementary until COVID, when I decided to pull them and try homeschooling. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd do that. After some time, we realized homeschool worked well for our family, so we have continued, and we're currently on our 3rd year. In homeschool, I have naturally gravitated toward an education where I focus on teaching my kids how to be independent learners and leaders. Rather than lecture, I facilitate, which allows my kids to think, discover, and learn on their own. We bought a book about virtues and read stories together that demonstrate acts of integrity, diligence, honesty, patience, courage, and gratitude. I have gained my own deep love for American history and the founding fathers of our nation, and we as a family have learned from their examples. Because we've had such a successful experience homeschooling, I'd planned to continue until my kids went to high school. But then I heard about this new charter hoping to come to our district. I went to the meeting and was absolutely blown away. In fact, my sister-in-law were just talking about how we practically skipped to the car and we were giddy. Like, this is too good to be true. She homeschools too. Everything they stood for was what I stood for. Their focus was my focus. Their goals for their students were my goals for my kids. I quickly knew that this charter was meant for our family, and I was willing to sacrifice some of my favorite benefits of homeschool so that they could be a part of this incredible opportunity in our area. This charter won't be for everyone. Just like homeschool isn't for everyone, just like public school isn't for everyone, private school, and even other charter schools. They're all unique, and not one is better than the other. It comes down to what's best for each individual child and family, or each individual family and child. I know this charter is for us, and I have seen other families realize that this charter is for them too. Please give us the opportunity to make that choice by making this charter an option. When families have options and get to decide what they feel is best for their children, it gives each child the opportunity to grow in an educational environment that suits them and in turn allows our community to thrive as a whole.
Your
Thank you.
time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a charter petition submitted on appeal. Option 1, approve the charter petition as written. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. This action would result in approval of the charter and require the execution of an agreement to address the issues outlined in the staff report and any concerns raised by the board. And option 3, deny the charter school petition. President Sparks, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you to facilitate deliberations and take action on the appeal.
Thank you, Araceli. All right, so do we have any board questions before we move to board action?
No, I would just make a comment or two, if that's okay. Again, I'm excited because you're, again, providing a unique opportunity in the community, which I think is really important. I saw your presentation here. I saw it in San Juan Capistrano. Very impressed. I know some of your board members. Any charter that has Janelle and Roy, to me, is a winner. So I know they don't work with charters unless they're winners. So really excited to see your team, see your board, and just I love the curriculum. I love the opportunity for something different in the community. So thank you for doing that. I know Gary has a wealth of experience bringing a charter to life because I've seen him do it before. So I'm excited.
Trustee Williams.
Yes, just real quick. Krista, thank you again for coming here. All parents really make a difference in their children's education. The fact that you're here means a lot. You said everything they focus on is our focus. I agree. Good stuff that they're going to be presenting and giving to you. I'm going to be making a motion for option number 1 just to kind of give you a heads up.
Little teaser. Okay, cool.
I'll second it.
Trustee Shaw.
Well, I was, going to say basically what Mary said. It looks like we've really got the A-team assembled here together here in the front. So it gives me a lot of confidence in seeing the direction you're going. And 6 kids at home. The Shaws have 6 kids at home. We do know each other from church, if you haven't figured that out.
Figure.
Trustee Valdez.
I just have a question for Araceli. Araceli, I read the staff report closely, and I'm focusing mostly on B and your the statement by the staff that the charter petition does not comply with Education Code 47605. Being a lawyer, that's a significant statement to me. So I'm just kind of wondering.
Are you talking about A or B? Unsound
Summary of
educational?
findings, section B in bold.
I think you're page 35, right?
Yeah, page
35. Okay.
Okay, so when I read 47605.4,
Mhm.
it says that the charter schools have until July 1, 2025 to obtain the certificate required for the teacher's certificated assignment. So, I mean, the statute looks to me like they have until 2025, but you seem to think that they're not complying now. So can you explain why you wrote that?
Yeah, this is a confusing part for quite a few of our charter schools, and they have been getting some inaccurate information on how to apply this. This 47605.4A, which is specifically what you're talking about, it's for teachers that have been employed by the charter schools during the 2019-20 school year. And so that's when that flexibility was taken away from charter schools regarding credentialing. And so for those teachers, they're sort of grandfathered in, and they have until July 1 of 2025 to obtain their appropriate credentials. The school was not in operation during that time, so this statute would not apply to any of the teachers that they hire. All of the teachers that they hire are going to have to be credentialed, fully credentialed. Does that make sense? So that's all that is that that's in the petition as if it applies to the school, and it wouldn't apply to the school.
I understand. Okay. So in your conversations with Gary, has he made clear to you that he understands that?
No, at that point, when this was just during the clarification meeting, and some of this stuff, Ed Code is kind of put in there. And so I understand when they maybe don't know the nuances of Ed Code, but he did say that his attorneys vetted this and that they felt that it was accurate for their school. But like I said, we do have a couple of schools that have run into some issues with this now and have some teachers that they thought had till 2025 and they don't.
So if we approve the charter without conditions, and you see that there's an improperly credentialed teacher, then your response to that would be issue
We-
a notice of concern?
We issue notices, correct. We work with the school to try to figure out where they are in the credentialing process. They work with our credentialing team on campus as well, because sometimes they can continue working as long as their applications are in, documents in. It's different for different types of credentials, and everyone's situation seems to be really unique. So we're lucky to have that group work with us, because it's a little bit complicated for me on a case-by-case basis to know, but we do ask for that information. We usually request it around September to see what teachers they have, and so that we can do a credentials check. We run into issues, of course, when we have non-credential teachers already hired, which does tend to happen, which is why we sort of want to catch it at the beginning level and make sure that they understand that their teachers do have to be fully credentialed. But this is something that will be caught if it does occur.
When you reviewed the petition as to their finances, I noticed that that was not a concern in the staff report.
We do not have concerns regarding their finances. I do have a write-up from our administrator of fiscal oversight. Obviously, when a charter school's starting, everything is based on whether they meet their enrollment projections, right? And so we're looking at their budget, assuming they're going to meet the enrollment projections that they've given us. Everything appears to be pretty conservative. Everything reflects market costs. The revenue from grants and other local revenues, such as donations and fundraising, those aren't critical to the school's fiscal solvency. We feel that they'll do okay even if they don't get that. They project that they'll be operating in a surplus after the first year and in subsequent years, so we're glad to see that. And they will have the reserves that, they're projecting their reserves to exceed what would be recommended for a school of a similar size. So we did get also a letter of intent from their potential lender. And that was dated January 20th, and they indicated that the school, that they were willing to give the school a startup loan of $600,000. So that would cover any cash, that they may need. So with all of that, we still see that the projected cash flow balances are going to be positive, and so we don't have concerns financially at this time.
Last, concern for me is, do they have an appropriate procedure planned for parent complaints, parent involvement? Did you see any questions with respect to that?
We collect all of that once they've been approved. That all has to be board approved. And so while we may get samples or something like that in a petition, we really do wait for that final copy of that to make sure that it's compliant. But that is something that's required of all of our schools to have and that they have to post. And so that's something that we monitor through oversight.
All right, that's all. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, Trustee Williams has additional
Madam
questions?
President, I have a follow-up question to Trustee Valdez. And Janelle, thank you for being here. The question was brought up by the good trustee regarding this education code. I know that when we go back and forth, when we have staff findings and then you rebut, we always get these very, very complex situations. Here's an education code 47605C 50820. I mean, it's really detailed. Could you help explain succinctly, in plain English, why you don't think that this applies here?
I can. Thank you. Good evening, Janelle Rulli with the Law Office of Young Men. Very, very brief history. At the beginning of time for charter schools, there were no credential requirements. Teachers did not have to be credentialed. Fast forward 10 or so years, core or college prep teachers have to be credentialed, flexibility for everybody else. Now, 2019, all the flexibility is taken away, meaning anybody who is a teacher in a charter school has to be credentialed. There was a recognition that there are some teachers who are not credentialed, so there was a grandfathering period up to 2025. However, the way the law was written, it just says teachers in charter schools during 2019-20. It doesn't say teacher in a particular charter school. It doesn't say a teacher who teaches PE. It doesn't, there's no restrictions on it. So it's just any teacher in any charter school in 2019-20. I'm telling you what the statute says. I understand that there are entities and state agencies that have read other requirements on top of that. The real bottom line for all of you is that they are going to hire credentialed teachers. And that's what you could rest on. And that staff is going to let you know if they do not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank
making
you.
that clarification.
Thank you.
And I'll just finish up with some comments. You can sit down, yes. Yeah, just kind of echoing what many of the trustees have said, the A team is here. I have 100% confidence that y'all are going to be wildly successful. I'm so proud of you for what you put together. And Gary, I know you have lots of experience, and I know your word is good, and you say you're going to address any concerns. I have 100% confidence that you will do what needs to be done to make this school wildly successful. And you've got the A team around you, and that's impressive in and of itself. So I'm hoping someone's going to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve them without conditions.
You're evil. You're evil. Okay. Did somebody already second it? You seconded it. See, you stole everything.
Oh, you can second it if you want. You can second
No.
it. All right, all in
We have
favor?
fun.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. What?
Which option?
One.
One.
Uno.
Option one.
Option one.
I'm just checking.
Uno.
Marion and Ken.
Marion, actually, I seconded. Mary made the motion and I seconded it.
No conditions.
I overrode Ken.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, you guys.
Congratulations. Okay, we will move on. Trustee Williams needed to leave for something that's suddenly come up. So we'll move to board recommendations. Item number 11, board action on the board attorney contract.
Congratulations, you guys.
Congrats, guys.
Yeah. Thank you all for coming.
Mr. Rowland.
I have that effect on a lot of people.
Yeah, everybody left.
I know.
Almost.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, this item, if you watch the news, you hear about the war in Ukraine, certain documents ending up at the wrong place, and inflation. So this item was requested by my managing partner, who asked all the partners to have our rates adjusted in conjunction with inflation. They simply put our current billable hour rates into the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation calculator. The CPI inflation calculator uses the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, United States cities average series for all items not seasonally adjusted. This data represents changes in the price of all goods and services purchased for consumption by urban households. So they simply put the billable hour rate into this calculator, the numbers before you came out. I wasn't picked on. You're not being picked on. This is simply a policy decision. And I am asking the board to make a determination as to our value to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, passes 4-0. And thank you for all the amazing work you're doing for us, Mr. Rowland.
Yes.
Well deserved. Game changing. Okay, we will move on then to item.
President Sparks?
Yes.
I think everyone should know that Dr. Williams had an emergency and had to leave.
Yeah, I
And
said
that's
that.
the reason. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. I said he had something suddenly come up. So moving on to number 12, board action on board policy 412. And I'll bring Mr. Rowland up to the podium again.
Thank you, President Sparks, members of the board. This is a simple policy cleanup. We got some questions from staff concerning another charter school. We started to take a look at 404 and realized that perhaps there were some changes that AB 1505 implemented that may not be included in our policy. Accordingly, we tried to add some amendments that we believe are consistent with California law, are consistent with the intent of AB 1505, and consistent with the local flavor and spirit of this Board of Education while keeping charter schools accountable and petitioners accountable. So let me point out some of the changes in that morass of red lines that you have before you. The primary changes are A, documentation provided by authorizers. There's certain documentation in the code that's required by authorizers, and that wasn't made clear in the policy. We thought that was important for a number of different reasons. For to be transparent about what this board is expecting to be brought before it in renewal and appeal packets, to again make it consistent with the purpose and intent of AB 1505. And from the lawyer perspective, it creates a more complete record. If there's a more complete record from both petitioners and authorizers, the board's decisions are more insulated. If there's a good record, there's always a better reason for whatever decision you may make. So that's why we included that. Again, it's in the code. Also, we added some important definitions that were not included in the code. These definitions were considered by the State Board of Education. They were debated, and they decided to not put the definitions in code or regulation and allow local authorizers to make these decisions for themselves. So the primary changes we made were with regard to the term community and the term fiscal impact. Community has often been defined in charter appeals, charter petitions, litigation, as a geographic radius. We, because a charter school can draw from a number of different geographic locations, they target a number of different communities, English language, language immersion or classical, whatever the case may be. We believe that a geographic radius doesn't necessarily, in all cases, fit the term community. So we're making it incumbent upon the petitioner to define community in the petition. So that is a primary change. The other change is fiscal impact. We've heard a lot of discussion about that here tonight. Fiscal impact was one of the primary changes in AB 1505. Authorizers can now take into account fiscal impact when deciding whether to grant or deny a petition or a renewal. And that's always been traditionally looked at as a lack of ADA, the ADA that goes from the public school district to the charter. However, upon review of a lot of reports, hearing a lot of discussions here at the board, there are a number of different ways to determine fiscal impact. There's formulas, there's calculations. I didn't go to the trouble of putting in a full formula for this calculation, but I can provide you with the report if necessary. The 2021 Fordham Study Report found that charter school enrollment is either cost neutral or financially beneficial to local school districts. And Oakland Unified School District staff report from my neck of the woods found that there's a positive fiscal impact for Prop 39 fees collected by the district. And there's also CDE documents that go into great detail about these formulas and that this could be a way to determine fiscal impact that isn't necessarily only loss of ADA. So in the policy, we summarized these components as positive components, such as strengthening community's ability to provide a good education to all students, improving educational outcomes, and how that relates to community improvement, revitalization, and economic impact. Compensatory. This is essentially the money that the local school district does not have to spend when the students go elsewhere. This is consideration of money that the school district would not have spent to educate students. You've probably heard that somewhere before. These things just make sense. This has been discussed at this board and many others, but we just memorialize them in policy so everybody will know what our expectations may be and how we can calculate things. We define some other terms: substantially undermine. We defined as the district would be unable to operate, and duplicative. The charter school is the same as the public school. So we know that there's sometimes an argument that the charter school is providing the same program. This breaks it down to determine what criteria are applied when making that determination. Now, we think this is important to, again, let our authorizers know what we'll be expecting. But there's also, I think, a byproduct, a sub-benefit, that there's a lot of districts in Orange County that do not have the horsepower that our staff has. And they have to hire, God forbid, lawyers to figure this stuff out. This gives them a roadmap of what we are looking for. And to sum up, we just put this on the agenda because we think it should be passed as soon as possible because there's a lot of clients, districts throughout the state that are looking at their renewal policies right now because renewals will be coming due, and we have more petitions coming before this board. For example, the 2024 renewals will come due as early as July, so we may be seeing renewals in July, August, and September. This will give our authorizers, petitioners a chance to see what we're looking for during that period, and it'll give our staff a chance to implement this. So with that, I'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Well, I just want to make a comment, thanking you for your clear explanation of this and why, why it's valid and important. I think it's a game-changing sound policy revision. I think it shows petitioners and authorizers alike what this board expects in our appeal and renewal packet. It goes really without saying, but I'll say it anyway. The more information we have, the more insulated the board will be for whatever decision that we may make. And I'll certainly be supporting this item. I think it's very important. So thank you for your work on that.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I must admit, I looked at it a few days ago and I was quite overwhelmed. And this morning with fresh eyes at 6 a.m., I read through it and I think it's comprehensive. I think it clarifies a lot and I think it's awesome. And I'd like to make a motion to approve.
And I'll second that.
We do have a public speaker, right?
Oh, do we?
Madam President, if you'd like, maybe we can call up Javier now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh.
I didn't realize we had a public speaker.
It is for
I
this
was
item,
just
right?
ready to go with the,
Yeah.
seconding.
Good evening, everyone. It's on behalf of our Orange County Board of Education charter schools, 18 charter schools that I'm going to read on their behalf. Dear President Spark, Vice President Shaw, Superintendent Maharas, and Board Trustees, my name is Javier Orduño. I'm the Orange County local representative for the California Charter School Association. On behalf of the undersigned Orange County Board of Education authorized charter schools, CCSA supports proposed Orange County Board of Education Policy 412. The California Charter School Association is a membership and professional organization serving the vast majority of the over 1,300 public charter schools in the state of California. I would like to thank this board for considering this policy change. Some of the important revisions include policy updates to come into alignment with recent changes to state law, guidance to Orange County School District and charter schools on what is needed in the event a charter school appeal a local school district denial decision, definitions of fiscal impact and community impact to clarify state law, clarity on how middle track renewals for charter school will be considered, and on behalf of the 8,439 K-12 students and families that are being served at the 18 diverse charter schools options that are authorized by Orange County Board of Education and are members of our association, we urge you to support and pass it for this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you so much. All right, well,
If I could just make a comment, I think you were spot on about taking away any ambiguity. I mean, we want to have the process as transparent and straightforward as possible. And thank you, Greg, and for all your hard work. And I think really making a good example for, like you said, statewide, a good process here. So those are my comments.
excellent. Any other comments? No? No comments. Okay, I think we have a motion and a second, so we'll move it forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you. All right, this brings us to item 13, proposed board policy revisions regarding parental rights. And Trustee Valdez, do you want to take the lead on this?
Thank you, board members. Last month, I outlined what I believe to be my proposed board policy regarding parents' rights. I provided the board a series of evidential examples as to why I think this policy is necessary. So I won't go through that here. There were some minor changes in paragraph 1 to the proposed policy, simply taking out a reference to local school districts and making the reference change to the Orange County Superintendent and the Orange County Board of Education. There have been no other changes to the proposal. The blue markings may just be because that's how I sent it to Ms. when I made the changes, but those are not actual changes. They were all there last month. So I am asking the board to pass this policy. I think it is good policy for Orange County. I think it's necessary. I think it's supported by the overwhelming amount of parents, based on the polling I have seen, in excess of 70%. And I think we should approve it without any further changes. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Perhaps I could ask Mr. Wolin a question. I'm looking under number 1, the last bullet, and it was mentioned during public comments, questioning the legality of allowing the opt-out provision. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, I can speak to that. I read the opt-out provision to include education as per the code. I did not read it to be so comprehensive as to allow children to opt out of history and English. So that's the way I read the intent of the policy. The speaker was not incorrect about anything she cited, but that's just the way I read the policy to reference the opt-out provisions of the sexual education curriculum, not the entire curriculum.
Perhaps I could make a friendly a suggestion, amendment. Trustee Valdez, would you be agreeable to any amendment yet there to make it clear it is sex ed that we're referring to? Or was that your intent? Or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if
Or you could add the term as set forth in California law. That would just make it.
as set forth in California
Yeah,
law?
that'd be better.
I'm not opposed.
So I'll make a friendly amendment to add the words,
As set forth in California law?
yeah, as set forth in California law.
Where are we going to put that?
I think
Trustee?
at the, well, would it read best at the end of that sentence?
Yeah,
Before it is
and-
presented to children
As set forth.
as set
in
forth
California law.
in California law.
Yeah.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was my intention, by the way.
Yeah.
I really didn't think someone would opt out of science.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, I was going to bring up a similar thing. So, Trustee Barkey, do you have any?
I had the same exact question
Okay.
as Mr. Shaw, so.
Okay,
Great minds think alike, is that what you said?
Indeed, indeed, yes. yes. So
all right, then do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to go ahead and approve it with the friendly amendment.
Shouldn't I make that motion?
Oh, go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I make the motion to approve with the friendly amendment.
Do we have a second?
Does somebody else want a second? I mean, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder here. No? All right, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes 4-0 with the amendment. Okay, this brings us to item 14, board action to approve annual dues of $6,600 to join CCBE, the County Boards Association. Trustee Barkey, you want to discuss this?
Yes, I actually met with some of the executive team from CCBE a few weeks ago. They were out here for an executive committee, and they talked to me about the resources that they provide. And they know that initially we didn't join them because we had to do it with CSBA. Now there's an opportunity because actually the staff did do CSBA, so we can just carve out and do this portion for us. And I really think the resources are worth it based on the discussions. And I said something about, well, can you give me this handbook to give the other trustees to look at? And they said, well, no, you have to become a member and then we'll give you the handbook. And I said, oh, got it. So, and Nine and I had a brief conversation about, I guess it's actually on a July, so I'm going to check in with them and see if maybe, we'll approve it. And then if we could start it at July, or they'll give us some kind of prorate because we are coming in so late. But I do think that we'll benefit from the resources. It'll give us, there's a governance meeting in March in Sacramento, so it's not far to travel. They have their annual meeting in Monterey, again, not far. And I do think there's a lot of benefits. Just talking to the couple of members of the executive committee, one is in Marin County, the other's in Santa Barbara, very rural, just different perspectives. They loved hearing about some of the things I told them we were doing. And so I just think it would benefit us. It's not a huge cost to join, and I think the resources are worth it, so.
Thank you for the description, and I
Mhm.
appreciate your background homework on that. Any other questions? Okay,
Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I'll do-
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, passes 4-0.
Okay, and you want me to go ahead with the second part since it kind of tags along?
Yeah. mhm.
Okay, so the second part was just to approve board member travel to the upcoming conference in Sacramento in March. And I know it's not an expensive adventure. I know they're staying at like the Embassy Suites. It's not, some crazy first-class hotel. And airfare, if you book it 30 days out, is very cost-effective. So I'd like to ask for any board member, I would love to go. I'm just excited to really learn from these people across the state. And I would encourage anybody else who'd like to go that it's worth time and it's not terribly far and you don't really have to take time off work if that's well, it's a Friday, Saturday, I believe. So, so just something to think about. So I'd like to ask you guys to approve travel to the event in Sacramento.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes,
All right.
please.
Do you have a second?
I just have a question. Didn't we approve like a fund for things like this already?
There is a budget for travel, but this was not, you don't have blanket travel for this because you didn't have a membership in it. So now the way it's written, it's a blanket travel for any board member who wanted to attend. And so once you all let us know, then, we would be able to book the hotel and pay the registration.
And I think there's some deal if you book by this Friday or something, wasn't there? a
There's
cutoff?
early bird registration by
yeah.
this Friday, so if you all let Drew know by tomorrow, if you plan to attend, then we can take advantage of early bird registration. If not, then we would pay the higher rate, which I think it's $75 difference. It's not major.
Well, you can sign me up, Daru. If they all agree to pass it, you can sign me up. So I'll ask for or I'll make a motion to approve for board travel to
I'll
the
second
meeting.
it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. All right, now I'll call Renee up to the podium. For item 16 on Rancho Sonata.
So I'm very excited to show you the first look, actually just a look, of the plans for Rancho Sonata, the rebuild of Rancho Sonata. So we had talked about, we worked with this architect firm to, they call it visioneering. Couple of the principles come from Disney, so that was their path. So I will not do it as eloquently as they will, but I will walk you through some of that. And so they do everything with the story. So for those of you that may not be aware, this is kind of geographic area where Rancho Sonata sits. And so it is off Santiago Canyon, and it borders against Silverado Canyon and Tucker Wildlife. This is the property that was donated to us. And so it is 100 acres. And so this is the earmark of that. Rancho Sonata, through our process, we found that translates to the ranch that I dreamed of. We actually didn't know that. And so, so it's providing a unique space for local community to see the landscape of Orange County before human intervention. This is their plan for our master plan site. And so you can see all the trails and everything. You can see the area in red, the red dots is our actual plan. We have an easement for the park driveway that is actually not on our property. We have an easement, though, with the Irvine Company for that. So what we'd asked is for them to do it, to give us a breakdown in stages, because we weren't sure what the cost would be, and we'd want to be thoughtful and, what would that look like. And so the first thing is the Grove. And so currently, if you have not been at this site, it is right off the road. You have no turnout to get in. And so that was one of the first things they talked about is as our students are coming up, they're super excited. They've been on a bus and they get off and they're on the side of the road. And so they're saying really opening it with a way. And so this is kind of the look at, we only had a restroom in one of the buildings up there prior and some outhouses. And so one of our first things is we need restrooms. And so this is as soon as they would get off the bus, they would hike up the little hill and you could see this is a restroom. The building is a restroom, holds 4 restrooms. They've tried to use sustainable items and everything. This one currently has a garden on it. And then using a lot of the natural earth and kind of making a walkway into the entrance. Huh?
How do you get to that garden?
Well, that's a good question. I think the question I had is how do you sustain it? I don't do well unless they're silk, so I would be the wrong person to ask that. But this is what our team does, so I think they will figure out. This is the plan of what it would look like. So they develop an actual circle way for the bus to come in off the street, and then the students would start their walk through that little entranceway, and then they're going to run up that path, and that starts their experience. And so we had said, well, should the bus go up the road? And the teachers all said, no, they need to run because they've been on the bus for a while. And so this is just part of their journey. Some exciting stuff we learned through the process is some of the native plants that were there. We do have somebody that may be willing to make a donation. Some of the arborists that we actually used for that area said he may be willing to donate some of the trees if we would do like a study with him. So that's some of the stuff the team is working on. Once you get up to the site, this would be the general parking for staff, and if you had any community members coming up, it would look like this. And so you can see as soon as you come up that the building is the restroom, but then the kids are coming up this little walkway, and then they go through the arch, and they're starting their journey. Restroom plan, so 4 gender-neutral bathrooms, and then they're using kind of different trail sites, and so a lot of what the educators who use the site really wanted to see different focal points. And so this first one is called the Ridge, and it's kind of overlooking the valley. And so this has some like steel beams, things like that. The Summit is another one. The other thing is our existing site wasn't really ADA accessible for most people. This full plan, except for that walk up, we can get motorized bikes or like vehicles for them to get up. But everything else, a person in a wheelchair or that needed handicap assistance would be able to enter. The way they've designed it, it'll be a flat entry for them. So that's very exciting for us. So you can kind of see the different maps of each place. This is called the Summit. This is the Lookout. This is one of the favorites by the educators. They really like this. And so it's building out, overlooking. So all of these are teaching stations where they may be doing some form of an experiment with the student. Okay. Most of our roofs, we try to incorporate solar to use as part of their lesson also. This is one of the cool ones we all like called the Nest. And so it is kind of using concrete things to make this area where the students feel like they're kind of a bird or whatever that is. The backcountry is another one. This will come right out of the hill, incorporating some of the local trees if possible to kind of build around that to give it that look. This is just another view of that. So this is where all the big stuff goes. Base camp is what we call it. And so we know one of the requirements from the fire authority is going to be a large roundabout for fire trucks, right? And so this incorporates that. Also, those little benches or rocks that are seats. And so you could actually have a class right there. And then moving to a fire pit with an amphitheater that you could use, and so it is a gas fire pit, so it is safe and zoned. But you could hold classes there, and also if you had a community event, it would be a nice outdoor area large enough to have that. The small one on the right would be the lunch shelter. So you could actually, right now we don't have a formal lunch, well they didn't have a formal lunch shelter. This would hold up to 150 students. This is kind of what it looks like from there. So the round building, I'll give you a better view. That is going to be our multi-purpose room, and that would seat up to 120 students. The lower one is the amphitheater. The first kind of square building you look at, that is the existing building that is left standing, believe it or not. We are not really sure how much work it'll take to rebuild it, or would it be less expensive to replace it. So they've kind of drawn the same shape. Again, utilizing solar, and then the lunch shelters on the other side. So this is just another view of the lunch shelter next to, they call it the barn. So that will house some offices and some more restrooms also. The roundabout for the fire truck. And then this is the multi-purpose room, which is pretty exciting. All those glass are actually extractable, is that the right word? So they actually will pull open so they can be completely open to the outside. It could house up to 3 separate classrooms, or you can combine it to make it one. And see how it's built into the earth using natural environments also. They work with a landscape architect for all of this to do all natural plants and also fire suppressing plants. This is the floor plan for that, the ranch house floor plan, the barn. This is the pond, and so building around the pond. The pond was completely destroyed from mud debris and everything else. That is one of the things we would really have to really look at to see expense-wise if we build it. I will tell you, most of the community members, this was their favorite part, and a lot of our staff. It is, it's hard to maintain and all those things. So I think programmatically, they really have to look at that, and that would be one of the things we would continue to look at. But they did a very nice design to include that. They do a lot of water testing, things like that. It would not be this big. I'm like, that looks like a really big lake or something. And so to scale, it would be smaller than this. But it would be down from the multi-purpose room. You would see the pond and then adding T2 stations there also. This is the overlook, which goes overlook the summit. There actually was a waterfall a couple weeks ago when we had all the rain. Normally, I don't think I've ever seen a waterfall out there. One of the things they did talk about is, like, we talked about shade structures where we have the solar and the permanent ones, but they said most of them should be placed with, I can't even say the word now, polypropylene, I believe is the word they use, because during a fire, it would just melt and it wouldn't be flammable. And so they looked at all those type of things, and they'd have to be replaced every couple of years. We do know that, but it would be more beneficial for the environment. This is the creek side. This is probably one of our most traveled areas for students, and so replacing some of the trails with wood, iron, and things to make it more accessible. So that would kind of be a view of the site overall, what it looks like. And then they have it kind of mapped out, the different sites. And so students normally will split up and go to different ones and circle back around. They may only hit 2 or 3. And so our plan is that if approved, we would, and built, we would look at maybe being able to open it to the community on the weekends, maybe with donations or something like that. Because currently it hasn't really been open for that. So that is the plan.
Beautiful. Yeah, very nice. Okay, thank you. So you may as well stay up there, right?
Sure.
For item 10, the budget.
And so, you know, when you hired an architect, they would like to know a dollar amount. We're like, we have no idea, like how much is this going to cost? And so we asked, you know, phases. And so what we are asking you to prove at this point is up to $15 million. So the funds for that would come from insurance funds that we would receive. We also have some funding in our redevelopment plan, and so that is money that came from the redevelopment agencies. Has to specifically be used for facilities that accommodate the county as a whole. And so we feel that would be a good point. And we will try to utilize some of our federal COVID funds, depending on the timing. And so that would make up that 15. We hope that would be the high end, but I will tell you, it's very early in the planning. And so, like, one of the things that came out today was, if we think the fire authority is going to require us to have a fire hydrant up by the buildings. And I said, okay. And they said, well, that's going to be probably about $250,000. Those type of things could come up. We tried to build some of that. And I also think that would be if we did all the phases that we've shown. I'm not sure that we will do all of them now. We maybe do half. So at this point, what we're asking for is that up to that 15 million, but we could come back at another time and give you a more update. But just so we had an area with the architect to say, this is what we can do. Because right now I'm like, I don't know, which they didn't feel gave them very good direction, by the way. So
Did they indicate this 15 million would, I mean, do you think half of it could be done with that amount of money, or?
Well, what they gave me,
yeah,
it's 14,900,000 and some thousand. I'm not sure that built in enough for all the contingencies we may have, but that could also give us room to scale back. And so that, I feel like that is a very good number to do most of it.
Okay.
That did include the pond restoration also.
Okay.
And so that's working with the landscape architect and all of those things.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you certainly don't want to put 15 million to something and then, you know, you have an eighth of the project done. And
Right.
You
No.
can't do anything with it.
The 15 million on their plan should be the majority of it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's important for the board to understand too, we would phase this project. The approval of the money would not all be expended, or we would not have the architect build into that budget. But it at least gives us the opportunity to ask them to do the scope. We've got tentative design, and then we can make determinations. We'll continue to have dialogue with the board with regards to the phases that would be worked on first. And then, because it's also we want to get students back up to Rancho Sonado sooner than later. And so if we can phase this where we have some areas completed so that students can start taking advantage of the environment up in the hillside again, then we want to be able to do that. And so we don't want to scope it where we're trying to do the full scope of design and then it's 5 years later before we have anybody who can go up there. So I think it's important to make sure that there's clarity there.
Yeah, well, I think, we ask a lot of our charter schools to line item every single detail. And, I think we want this to move forward and we want to support it, but I think we need to know,
We could, I
what the
was,
phases are and what the numbers are next to the phases and
and we could do that.
more specificity, I think.
15 million is
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you would think so, but
Yeah.
and we can do that, but we have to start the process to go through the architectural plans
Yes.
before I can get more definite costs. And so I'm just looking for authority to go up to, and then we can come back with the actual plans.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Renee, can you tell me what kind of classes are going to be held up there?
Okay, so we have what they call Inside the Outdoors program, right? And so what they do, the kids come up there usually 4th through 6th graders, and so they're coming up and they're learning about the water tables. They're learning about different ecosystems, and so we could, share that curriculum. We have a lot on our website, and so normally the schools throughout Orange County and actually even outside of Orange County would normally send their 4th through 6th graders to this for a day. And so there's just a whole bunch of different environmental. One of the plans with this is that since we have this opportunity, this is a much bigger site than what we had in the past, the capacity. They'd like to also increase the age band and maybe offer some CT for fire ecology for high schoolers, which we didn't really have that opportunity before. And so the program is putting together even more things that we could offer, but it kind of goes back to the phasing, like Ms. Boyd said, is that we would want to make sure that we had everything done. But Colonial, they had a pretty robust program. They offer the same programs right now in different OC parks.
And I think it's also important that this board wasn't here at the time, but when this property was deeded to us, it was with the understanding that we would hold title to the deed as long as we were providing environmental field study programs to students throughout the county. And so it's imperative that there are a number of entities that were also trying to get their hands on this property. And so we don't want to be in violation, even though there was a fire and there's some grace. We want to make sure that we're meeting the terms so no one can come back and challenge our use of the property.
Can you remind me how much we got from insurance? Or do you know that number?
About $2 million,
Okay.
which we've already spent, some of it for
Long gone.
for the cleanup. Well, for the cleanup,
Yeah.
right? Because we had some major hazards. So if you remember, we only had that one small building. We had a caretaker's house, and then we had another office space is all we had there. So they insured for the property that we had, and so since, normally for insurance, you can only rebuild what you had. We said we can't do that because that doesn't fit our program. And so this is what our trade-off is. I'm still arguing over a few pieces to get a little bit more money for like our underground septic tanks and stuff like that, but it's probably not going to be much more.
Renee, is the bid that you got from an architect or a builder?
So we had paid for a feasibility study, and so they won't go into the full bid until they do the architectural plans, and then we'd have to go through a public works bid, and that would be an open bid, and so it's very detailed, and then we'd have exact dollars, but I needed to give a framework for them to work in. Because if you came back and said, no, we only wanted to do $5 million, that would cut the scope back, and we'd only do that scope at that time. And so at this point, this is what they're saying if we did everything. And so that's what we're trying to get the authority to know. We can come back when we have a detailed plan.
How many people in the department have vetted this, do you think? Because that weighs heavily on me. I mean, this is $15 million.
So we've had a huge committee, and we actually had community involvement also. And so we had, at that first thing of base camp, we brought in all of our team that, the people who actually worked in that program, who have hands-on, the administrators from educational services, myself, a lot of my team, the facilities team. We had members from Anaheim Elementary School District because they were our largest client. We had members from the Inside the Outdoors Foundation. And so there's probably about 25 or 30 who've gone through this all process. And then once they had the initial plans, the group also has looked at what would be their priorities and what does that look like. As far as the cost estimates, we have just seen those in the last few days. I will tell you, based on the school that we just built, it does seem very reasonable. And they are trying to use very natural elements. And so it's just that, even like we have the road has to be redone, that's about $400,000. But if you saw the earth that you have to move and repave, and so some of that is factored in there. And then costs, for building in a public works bid, you have to pay prevailing wage and those things. And so the costs are going to be higher than a private entity.
And you said on the weekends, the public could use this? You're
Well,
opening that up?
that was one of the questions that the board had, that was the thing is like, could the community do that? And we never had that facility before because we didn't really have restrooms that the public could use. That is an option in the future. What we'd have to look at is how do you staff it? How do you pay for it? Those type of things before we could do that. But with that goal in mind, developing something that could be used for educational purposes.
But if the community used it, it would be more like a park, right?
Right, but it's kind of like if you've been to the Irvine Zoo, you can go and pay $1 to help for upkeep. And so that is something that you could do with a donation to help pay for the upkeep.
You also mentioned about accessing some federal COVID funds. How much of that do you think we'd be able to use?
It's going to depend on the time frame. And so right now, I think about $4 million.
Renee, you may, I may not go down in history for much, but I will go down as the final chairman of the La Habra Redevelopment Agency.
There you go.
So you kind of intrigued me on
Well,
that.
thank you for our little
Yes.
sliver that we got.
Yeah, you're welcome, I think. How much did we get out of the dissolution of redevelopment agencies?
Well, we still are getting proceeds every year. So that fund is actually built up over the last 10 years. So we get a sliver of every redevelopment agency in the county.
Do we know how much could you ballpark how much?
It's
that-
about, actually off the top of my head, I don't know.
But you said those funds have to be used for something that is a
as
benefit
a-
countywide.
As a countywide.
And
So
so
unless,
besides this, do we have very many opportunities? That's what I was.
well, I think any of our facilities that we use for our personal schools that have kids from all over, we can say that.
I see.
But it does limit it. Some of the redevelopment plans had very specific guidelines. Like I think there's one in Anaheim that can only be used for a school in Anaheim. Some of those proceeds we used for Harbor Learning Center.
Okay.
So, but the majority, it has to be a countywide benefit if you're going to spread those. So we don't have a ton of things that we can use it on. So I think this would be a great thing to do that.
So we would have educators on site all 5 weekdays, right? With rotating kids from.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if they'd be there all 5 days. It would depend on what their schedule is. So they book them ahead of time through school districts. People sign up for them.
We currently have a program, it's called Inside the Outdoors, and so we already have staff, and then we hire environmental field study folks who they're naturalists, and they come in seasonally. So they're not full-time employees, so it's like in the spring where we seem to have more field trips, then we're hiring more teams of folks to come in and so forth. And like right now, they do the wetlands. They're all over. We do some things in the parks because Rancho Senado has not been operational. And so like right now, as we're serving districts that are asking for field study programs, some we're going into classrooms and doing things, and then others we're using area parks. In Anaheim, they use a lot of the area parks, and they teach them about, the leaves and the trees, and then they bring in other items from, different areas. We have animals that are, I use the term roadkill from the standpoint that they have stuffed them and so these kids have not seen, raccoons and squirrels and birds of prey and different types of birds of prey. So they're giving them a type of education that instead of it being in books, that they actually have real life experiences. And that's the beauty of Rancho Senado. I think the other thing, even though we didn't make it available to the full county community, we were starting to offer programs where our employees could bring their children, or districts could bring some of the folks would bring their children, and they'd have Stargazer night. And so they would bring folks up, and then they'd have an opportunity, they'd teach them about the stars and,
Oh, that'd
you know,
be a
the
cool
different
class.
things. Right, exactly. And so we were
With,
just moving
with
into.
telescopes. That'd be really cool.
I mean,
I would go to that.
yeah, the other thing is we did have work with community partners. And so, for example, Boeing had done a program engineering the shade structures with our students from Access, actually built shade structures. And so that was their community project. Disney has done that rebuilding trails. I know even for my own division, we've had multiple staff development days where we cleared brush and painted and did all kinds of cleanup, which, you know, my team are all accountants and inside all day. They thought that was the best experience ever. And it helped our program and our kids. And so I think that we feel this is an opportunity to expand our program beyond what it has been also by using different age brands. You know, just bringing the solar in allows them to teach about solar energy, the caption of those type of things. And so I do think it will be an
Is it
exciting
open
program.
to all the kids from all the local school? Like, who are the kids that are eligible to come here?
It would have to be any school district that signs up. So their school is really signing up to bring them, and they're transporting them there. We do,
But,
you know,
there's no cost to the local school district.
they are paying a fee for this. Yes.
Oh, they're paying a fee.
They are paying a fee.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what pays the salaries of the
The
individuals. So it's a
individuals.
nominal, it's a cost neutral program, so it's not where.
Oh, cost neutral?
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Well, she's the finance person, but I would say the way that they try to scope it is so that it would be cost neutral, so that, because recognizing we're nonprofit, it's not like we're trying to make
Right.
a profit.
Right,
We
right,
just
right.
want,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I love the fire pit. You could do s'mores and stargazing.
Well, they actually did talk about, or,
Right?
you know, singing and stuff like that.
That'd be
So
really cool.
Yeah.
yeah, we did
I
have
love the
so
cost
they-
part too.
yeah, I like that part too. They, you know, somebody had said we could have like weddings and stuff, but it didn't go for that. It has to be for educational purposes
Yeah,
only. Okay.
Okay. So do we do anything at this?
I think we make a motion to approve the $15 million budget, and it'll be, then we'll, up to 15 million, and then once we see what they're coming up with, we can decide, yes, we're going to stay with it or scale back. So
Okay.
I'm fine with making a motion to
Okay.
approve up to
All
15
right,
million.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Thank you.
I trust you, Renee.
Thank you.
We want to see the specificity. Okay, and then you may as well stay up there for the real property delegation of
Yes.
authority.
So what we have done in the past, well, we don't have a lot of real property that we own actually. So our last project was Harbor Learning Center North and the school that we built. And so there are a lot of applications fees that somebody from the organization needs to sign. Since the real property is the board's purview, instead of trying to bring them, in the past you have delegated that authority to myself or the deputy to do that.
We're recommending that you authorize and delegate that authority today.
You like how she did that? Yeah.
Nice. Was it your item? Okay. All right, do we make a motion or what do we do?
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to do that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
More work for Renee. Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us to information items. Do we have any announcements from the deputy superintendent or superintendent? Let me see.
Next meeting, March 1st, 5 o'clock. Submission deadline is February 15th. So just letting you know. National History Day is Saturday, March 11th. I think for, I'm sorry. Okay. So Daru will be sending out invitations we've received from our Ed Services. If you recall, annually, we have a National History Day that is on site here, an opportunity for you all to participate and join. They also offer guided tours with regards to the student work and so forth early in the morning. So if you all are interested in that, then just respond to the invitation that Daru is going to give you. We also have Renee, who's going to give a Esplanade quarterly report. And inside your red folders, I believe we've already covered those items. I don't need to make mention of those. And if there's anything else that the board needs, please contact Daru or myself. Renee?
Yeah, just an update for Esplanade. So this is through the second quarter. And so we are on target. Our revenue, we're about halfway there on our revenue. We do believe that we will beat those guidelines. And then our expenditures look like we're trending below our budget. We haven't really had any large tenants except for our, where we're renovating some offices for ourselves. So they don't actually go into this budget. And so we should be on target. And so again, our occupancy has dropped to 96% because we did have a couple vacancies. It is up again to 97. So on this, the COP that we have, our outstanding payment is $8.6 million. So we're close to having that paid off. And then thank you to the action the board had done previously to fix that rate at 2.84. And so we're on track with this project.
Thank you. Perfect. Anything else?
No.
No? Okay. We do have a legislative update. Mr. Rowland.
Thank you. In your red folder, there is a report from David Turch and Associates. As you recall, some months ago, David Turch flew out from DC and addressed the board as to the services they could provide as a federal lobbyist. And since then, the president and I have had weekly meetings with DTA, and they have explained the legislative environment, as it were, and the opportunities for the board. So in your folder, there is a report including a breakdown about the federal budget, the election of the speaker, funding notices, charter school resources, the congressional calendar, and congressional research. And I don't believe it's necessary for me to read for public consumption the information on the budget and the election of the speaker, because we have seen that ad nauseum. But if it is the will of the board, I can read the report on the funding notices and other resources so that everybody can know the progress that we are making.
I think I'd like for people to know the progress that we've made because we've worked pretty hard on this.
For the 6 of you that are left, on October 7, David Turch and Associates sent the Orange County Board of Education a grant notice for the United States Department of Energy Renew America's Schools program. This funding opportunity for grants related to energy improvements at public school facilities. On January 7, DTA forwarded to the Board of Education a funding notice for the New Schools Venture Fund on new schools. And on January 26, we sent the board a DOJ Bureau of Justice Assistance grant notice on improving adult and youth crises stabilization and community reentry programs. Just for everybody's edification, what we do is we meet and determine the best way to allocate resources, the most obtainable grants, the most useful grants, and then we target those grants using our office in conjunction with David Turch and Associates. Charter school resources. David Turch and Associates has been researching associations, private foundations, and government sources to find entities that may impact issues on the national scene and provide funding opportunities for charter schools. The congressional calendar. David Turch and Associates has forwarded to us a tentative calendar for the House on December 8, 2022. We sent the Senate calendar, and then we sent the calendar and a combined calendar on January 13. These calendars shows when Congress will be in Washington for useful planning purposes. If there's a meeting we need to have, we have to coordinate it with the congressional calendars. That's why they sent those notices. Congressional research. DTA has been researching past participation in directed funding requests for Orange County congressional delegation and senators. Congressionally directed spending is what the Senate calls earmarks now. Community project funding is what the House calls them now. In the past, 4 members of the delegation participated in requesting funds. 2 members did not. Both senators have requested funds in the past. David Turch and Associates is closely monitoring the issue and is ready to request funds if directed to by the board. We submitted to the Orange County Board of Education an email which contained the summary from Senator Feinstein's staff informing entities to prepare for congressionally directed spending. David Turch and Associates will shortly give the board a summary of questions that will likely be needed to answer for project submission. Again, this is what they do. They get ahead of these issues. So if there's a form we have to fill out, a request we have to make, a meeting we have to have, we will know ahead of time. So in light of the late hour and the annoying tone of my voice, that's the report. If there's any questions?
Thank you. I think it gives people an idea of kind of what we've been wrapping our heads around, and sort of aligning our priorities are as a board with ways that they can help us achieve those
And
priorities.
we're going
that
to
we-
try to do monthly notices like this.
Mhm.
Just took me a little while to get caught up. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. Any committee reports or board member comments? No?
Do you have
Yeah.
one? You didn't? Okay. I wanted to mention I was able to spend a few hours a few days ago with the superintendent of the Buena Park Elementary School District, Dr. Ramon Miramontes. Dr. Miramontes drove me around to several of their school sites and was, kind of detailing the work they've done. They, like many districts, had the issue of declining enrollment. So what they did, I'm going to try to remember this. They had 6 elementary schools, K through 6, and then 1 junior high that was 7-8. They decided to make that 5 elementary schools that were K through 5, and then make one of those schools have 2 middle schools. So then it's 6, 7, 8. And that way they kind of rebalanced themselves and didn't have to close any schools, and that was kind of innovative. And, he just showed me around. He was very energetic, and I was appreciative to learn about that district. But the reason I'm bringing this up, in my tour there of the district, he mentioned they had a unexpected death of a teacher just this a few weeks back, I guess. And so if it's appropriate, I wanted to adjourn in memory of Jeanette Solomon. She was a teacher. Mrs. Solomon was hired as a classroom teacher in 1999, serving students at Whitaker Elementary. At the time of her passing, she was the academy teacher at Whitaker School. Mrs. Solomon also made a positive and lasting impact at Pendleton School, where she recently served as an administrative intern and program specialist. And where this really came up with Dr. Miramontes is he was mentioning the crisis response network that the county department offers. So he was very appreciative of the support that they received during this horrible time for their district, and obviously specifically at the sites where Mrs. Solomon was working, Whitaker and Pendleton. I gather there's support animals and other things like that when they're telling the kids that their teacher's dead. They had lots of staff and support there to comfort and assist. So I wanted to pass along their appreciation and thank the department staff for helping out with that crisis.
Thank
You know, I forgot to mention too, I did go to, hearing about a great superintendent. I went to the Garden Grove State of the City, and just an amazing, Gabriella Maffei, she just does such a great job. And to hear some students come up, one gentleman, I can't remember his name, but full ride to Harvard, and he's somebody that Gabriella actually personally mentors. She personally mentors students that want to be mentored, and it was just, and then they did a lunar celebration, and it was quite an event. There were hundreds and hundreds of people there. A lot of dignitaries were there. Of course, our board members like Terry Rocco, and so it was just impressive to see what that district is doing. It's a huge district, and they really do a great job. So,
I'll just finish up by mentioning that National School Choice Week was last week, the week of January 24th. So just throwing a shout out for that, recognizing that. And then I just want to thank all of you for coming and sticking around, and especially for you guys keeping us safe here. So really thank you every time for coming here and hanging with us through all of our items. We really appreciate it. And thanks to the media staff as well. You guys, we appreciate what you do to keep our voices on the mic and everything else. So thank you all for your help, and I will adjourn the meeting at this point. Thank you.